You can't decide between a XMAXX and a Losi DBXL-E. Kind of a tough decision, but I'll tell you right now, the XMAXX is possibly more thrasher ready than the DBXL-E. The DBXL-E is a finely tuned machine, where the XMAXX is just a brute. Maybe that'll help you out. This thing literally is such a brute. I can't think of any other name for it. I've only ripped this thing twice, and this thing has shown me stuff that I would actually not want to put the DBXL-E through, which is insane. I'm just setting up stuff in the background here. Trying to find my own stream. RC Master, what's going on, guy? How come I can't find my own stuff here? There we go. COVID.
How much money do solar panels cost? Massachusetts homeowners.
Solar panel commercial, that's alright, I guess. Alright, let's see.
That's alright, I guess.
Is the stream gonna dump out? I hope not. It probably will, though. With the way my streams go, there's always a dump out. Don't forget to bring your coffee. Right there. Gotta have coffee in the morning, right? That's why this is called COVID and coffee. Good morning, everybody. I don't even know who's here. If there's only like 3 people here, something like that, that's all right. That's all right. COVID and coffee. We're going to talk about the XMAXX a little bit. I myself, I'm not super experienced in the XMAXX, but I've got a little bit. I got a couple days experience doing RC stuff. So there's been like a lot of questions people have asked me in the past concerning. See, I don't even like rolling it right now because the XMAXX did suffer some damage, which I think is very minimal. Most likely from, what my ears had heard, and probably, if all you guys saw that video of me literally just, there's a term for it. I don't particularly care for using that term, but I really didn't care nothing about nothing concerning this XMAXX, meaning I was full triggering it everywhere, just launching it off of, that massive mound, just full speed ripping it into the jumps. Granted, now that the jump wasn't the perfect kind of jump for, for length of height, if you get what I'm saying. Because of the way that mound was created, it was created by dump trucks. The larger dump trucks, just basically dumping material into that area. And over time, wind and rain kind of help form or level out the, what I call it, like a jump. And so it's not like it's some groomed, jump. It's not a jump where I can get a massive amount of air or, distance. But what I will say is if you watch the video, and you could see a couple of times I slowed it down right before it hit the jump so that you could see what the XMAXX, I keep calling it the Max, what the XMAXX overall is going through, and for it to potentially have just slipped the pinion is nothing. So slipping that pinion could possibly be that the motor shaft maybe had overheated, and I'm assuming there's got to be thread lock on there. There better be. If there isn't, there's gonna be. Obviously must have just heated up and just caused things to loosen up, and just even shaft resonance, the motor. The resonance from the motor can cause a vibration that will back out fasteners. Sound, which is crazy, sound waves. So, but this, man, it's taken some hits. I see there's a couple of areas that I want to address before things get too far with this. I think I might want to put some foam in some areas to help support the body just a little bit. I probably will put on those roof sliders. And I know that I had said, you know, I'm not going to rip it because I'm going to wait for the other body. Well, the other body just all of a sudden got canceled out of nowhere. So the body was supposed to be on its way, and then I got a cancellation notice of the order, and it's just like, how do you cancel my order? So whatever. So I'm not even going to waste my time. I'm just going to rip this body as it is. It is the rock and roll edition. I did kind of want to keep that as my, what do they call it, shelf queen or whatever, but I don't know, man. I don't think it can happen with me. It's like the same thing with my Camaro, man. I mean, do I love that car? Yeah, but am I shelf queening it? No, it's living outside right now. Do I have a garage I can stuff it in? Yeah, it is what it is. You just deal with it. So yeah. So we either strip the spur or slip the pinion. Like I said, I'm going with slipping the pinion. Just by the way it sounded. And I think everybody's on board with me potentially thinking, you know, just by the way it sounded. So who is here this morning? We got Ronnie Willis. What's going on? You bet it broke the rear diff. Nah, it just slipped the pinion. Nothing new with XMAXXs. Yeah. You need to work on your XMAXX? Right. Sergeant J, what's going on, guy? Want to fix yours too? No. Dude, well, actually, wait a minute. Maybe I should correct that. My wife and I, we could get tickets. We could fly down or over to where you are. That might work. I wouldn't mind that. If you got a place for us to stay, sure. We'll fly over. Philip Parr, can't decide. Oh, right. Okay, so I was answering you. I didn't realize who was first on here. I just saw like that thing show up. UDRC, what's going on, guy? Where's everyone at? Probably everybody's sleeping, man. This is an early live. Is the live earlier today? Toe Cutter, what's going on, guy? That's such a weird name. Toe Cutter. Let's see. Doing some work before the kids get up, right? Damn, I'm right. And haven't seen the vid yet. Watched anything RC related. Yeah, that's all right. I mean, hey, Ronnie, you know, you get to take a break sometimes, and technically that's what I did. So after I went away with my wife, see, like right now the house is empty, meaning the only two people in the house right now are my wife and I. So kind of, it's interesting. It's neat. It's weird. But cool though, and not weird. But you think you're right anyways? What, that the rear diff is junk? Yeah. Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Surprisingly enough, by the way things sounded, you know what I mean? Right, regardless, right, the XMAXX is a beast, exactly. Right, it should be an easy fix, right? I'm just trying to catch up in the comments. I know I'm wicked far behind. James George, what is going on with you? Cleaning up after the hurricane, major damage, yeah. I've heard that. It was nuts, was that when it came in like a bear, and we lost power. I mean, we lost power, I think, an hour and a half into the storm, and the crazy part is we didn't have anything really going on over here. I mean, there was a little wind. Like, obviously, you know, that day that I ripped it at that new bash spot, I gotta call that place something. I don't like calling it the new bash spot because there's always gonna be another new bash spot. So I gotta nickname it something. The RC Destroyer area? I don't even know. Jason Pittman. Still at work and watching. I assume you mean you're from Arizona. Dalton, what's going on, guy? Thanks for info on the battery connectors. Did I not give any info on the battery connectors? Other than, actually, if you're the guy, I didn't link it, did I? You can find them. What I would recommend, if you're the guy that I was supposed to put links in the description or whatever, whatever you do, don't get wired ones, get direct soldered ones. Those are definitely the best. And do not use more than one connector at a time, meaning don't do this. This is a very bad idea. Don't use like a double connector, because if you know anything about electrical, you will end up with issues, because you're creating resistance. Because obviously, like anything, the best path of power is direct. Now, if we could literally wire in batteries direct to the ESC without an adapter, that would be the best transfer of power. As soon as you introduce a connector, you're introducing resistance. So you also have to be careful on your soldering. You know, don't throw too much solder on, you know? You got the Cool Whip? Dalton, are you the guy that I forgot to put the battery connector information in the links? It's really easy to find. You just got to do like Traxxas to whatever connector you have, or, you know, let's say you got a battery that has a XT90 or a EC or IC5 or whatever. If you've got anything that has Deans and you're running power, chop them off and just literally put on the right connector. If you don't want to solder, connectors are obviously the way to go. If you are good at soldering, which once you start getting into those, once you start getting into the batteries that have the bigger power, my dog is over there. She's eating my azalea bush. Daisy, get out of there. You ever known a dog to eat an azalea bush? What are you doing? Don't go eating that. Get out of here. No. I don't want your face on me. She's like all foamed in the mouth and everything. I don't know what the heck that is. She's eating my azalea bush. Dalton, where'd you go, guy? You gonna invest in another battery system? You might go Spectrum? Yeah. Are you sure that's the way you want to go? Just because it's a Spectrum battery doesn't mean that it's a perfect scenario. I don't know what Spectrum's warranty is. Maybe their warranty is awesome, and that's why you're paying the extra money, not only for the technology, which is the... Daisy, stop it. Just go relax. She's like eating all my plants. It's not like she didn't eat. 30 different types of connectors, yeah. Definitely recommended though, just use one connector. Don't do the triple shot like I did. Definitely not a good idea. And also always check your connectors too, because over time when they heat up, that shrink wrap heats up and can re-shrink even more. That's what happened on this one. So these are good connectors. It's just once you start introducing some heat, and you've got a vehicle like you know, these fifth scales that can suck power out of these batteries, you know, it's kind of, you know what it's like? It's kind of like a garden hose, right? But let's put the garden hose in reverse. Instead of force feeding the power, you know, from the battery, which would say, it's the water from your house or your spigot, right? So I think it works kind of in two ways. This is the way, like, how I could explain it. You got a battery supplying power, but you've got an ESC sucking the juice, like, pretty hard out of the battery. That's why you want to go sometimes with that higher C rating, so that the available power is there to pump it through that wiring. So let's just say Oh yeah, okay, we can still talk about it this way. Turn your hose on, but then put a siphon pump on the opposite side. So where you would normally have your spigot, which would be your ESC, um, from your battery to ESC. So your battery is the house connection, and your ESC is the actual sprayer. Now put a siphon pump on the sprayer end. Now have the siphon pump try to suck more power out of that hose than the house can supply, or the battery can supply. Now, if you watch what happens to the hose is going to start to shrink, meaning it's going to start... Carrier settings? No, not now. Well, I don't know why it keeps doing that. You'll start to see the hose, suck in on itself. Now, when that happens, now you're going to be overworking the siphon pump, and the battery is, well, I don't think really anything's going to happen to the battery, but it's your wiring. It's your connectors. All this stuff is going to start having issue, kind of like what happened right there. So that was definitely a bad scenario to do, but that was so that I could run those Power Hobby batteries. Because when I got those Power Hobbies, they have the EC5 on it, which is, obviously that, bigger connector. But what I wasn't thinking was, every other vehicle, I don't have a problem. I can go EC5 to XT90. You can do that. But with the Traxxas, I hate those Traxxas connectors. And I just don't have an adapter to go from the EC5 to a Traxxas. So I figured, okay, well, I'll throw an XT90, or no, I'll throw the EC5 to an XT90. No, I'll throw the XT90 to the EC5 to the Traxxas. I don't know. However way I figured it out, it was definitely the wrong way to go. Whatever it is, I don't have... Okay, so what it is I don't have the XT90 to EC5. There you go. Man, I just get so confused sometimes. This, like even like somebody had mentioned, there's so many connectors out there. So we're not here to obviously listen to me just, babble on for 20 hours. I want to jump to this XMAXX. I want to see what's wrong with this. If anybody has any questions, or whatever, just do like Sergeant J did the @RC Guy Garage. It'll pop up as a little red thing, and I'll see it, and that way, hopefully I'll pay attention and see what's going on. But we're gonna just kind of check out the XMAXX, and I only ripped it twice. There's already issues. One of the issues I was already told about by Earl Moorhead. And before I even ran the thing, because obviously he knew that I had the XMAXX, before I even ran it, he sent me a message and he was like, this is what you're going to want to have in your stockroom, possibly even after your first rip. And he was 100% right. And that kind of, it's kind of concerning. I don't like the fact that on its first rip, it already was suffering, not breakage. I can't consider it breakage. But the, yeah, I'll just show you. I think we might have to take some stuff apart, but I'm not going to take that apart. I'm still going to keep ripping it. It is what it is. I already have new hubs and bearings, so I'm not concerned over the issues that the bearings are already suffering. It's not a concern of mine. I know I need to get an air compressor in there and blow it out. I do need to kind of maybe look and see what's going on, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't care. I just want to rip this thing. I want to just thrash it. It's what the vehicle's designed for, There was somebody that, made a comment, something about, it's $1,000 trash, or I'm treating it like $1,000 trash bag, and I'll agree with you. I am, and I will, because it's not a trash bag, but I want to see what this thing can take. I've seen videos, and I was never really impressed. Well, maybe not by all of them. There were a couple of videos that I saw, And the one video that sold me on XMAXX, it wasn't even a video of it running. It was, I think his name is Rick or Ricky. He's part of the Facebook group. And it was a Facebook Live that he did. And what had happened was he was going, you know, between 40 and 60 miles an hour or somewhere around there, I think. However fast he was going. And he was on a street. And he was obviously watching the XMAXX come. And I think with the sound of the XMAXX on the road, drowned it out the fact that another vehicle was coming the other way. And it was a pickup truck. And basically his XMAXX smashed head on into the pickup truck. And for there to be little to no damage, I mean, it was impressive. That's what sold me on the XMAXX. All these other videos out there that I've seen, you got Kevin Talbot, you know, flying, you know, 1,000 miles into the air, smashing it into a wall going 100. I mean, none of those videos did it for me. I was just like, yeah, all right, it's a tough truck, you know, whatever. But for some reason, just his explanation and literally showing that it was just the body suffered a little bit of damage. Everything else seemed fine. That's literally all it took. And that's what's crazy about social media. Social media sells stuff. Social media can do two things. It can make suffering some, you know, kind of backlash right now because of the EXP, man. People are putting stock systems. Have an EXP. People are putting stock systems in their EXPs, meaning 6S, like what would have, you know, come in there. And, you know, are other people, you know, throwing 8S in there? Yeah. I can understand why 8S could be breaking the diff. My thought and my scenario on, this is granted, this is just speaking from a mechanic's mind aspect, whatever, just like same thing Earl does. What I am thinking is because we have two limited slip differentials forward of the rear, that something's obviously not, hey hon, Haley and Daisy are just kind of hanging out. Yeah, I know. She's licking and eating. She's over there eating the azalea. I know. I don't know what that was about.
Did you put my stuff in?
Yes. Yep, everything was in it. I actually did like a scoop and a half. Yeah, I don't even know where I was. Oh, two limited differentials forward of one that was open. I feel was a bad idea in the first place. Now, obviously, we know with all of the, you know, mass production things and wherever things are being assembled, that things can sometimes, you know, get confused or whatever. I mean, they're pumping out units, and they've probably got to keep like a pretty quick pace. So every once in a while, you are going to find something that is not going to be right. You don't have, I don't think you have a certain amount of quality control. I don't think you do. So that's why some of these EXPs, I think, are suffering some issues. So my XP runs a Spectrum system. So yeah. So I've got a differential for myself that's on the way. There's also another thing that is happening with Earl Moorhead, which you're going to want to pay attention to. He's gonna do something that is, I feel like he had said, he's looking at it through the eyes of a mechanic, and the process that he's taken is definitely, I feel, it's going to be, if it's not a permanent solution, it's definitely going to be a solution that works. So I feel there's just too much. I know what they're doing. You guys know what they're doing. By putting a limited slip in there, they're trying to minimize that bleed to the front. So, and it just might, mechanically, it might not be the right method for how people are driving these things. That's just a thought. But pay attention to Earl Moorhead's channel. He's got some stuff happening coming up pretty soon. If he hasn't already, he might actually have uploaded the video. I haven't had a chance to check. But like I said, just watch his channel. You wanna be enlightened on the EXB and a couple of things that he's going to be doing. Are you all right? I don't know. Just go check out his channel if you haven't already. If you're not subscribed, go subscribe to his channel. He might enlighten you in a couple of things. So I'm just gonna jump into the Traxxas X. Yeah, I almost call it the Max. The Traxxas XMAXX right now. We're gonna see what's broken. I'm gonna try to move things around so that things can visually be seen. So you'll just obviously, if you're interested in seeing what's wrong with this Max, XMAXX, whatever. Traxxas, why did you do that? Why is everything a Max now? Everything's a Max. So, yeah, let's just jump into it. I'm just going to jump into the comments real quick and just make sure I didn't glaze over something while I'm monologuing here. People are actually out there actually literally complaining about the fact that I talk. And I got a one-finger solution for you guys that complain about me talking. So it's literally whatever. Dude, just change the channel. Go somewhere else. Do something else with your life. Obviously, my content's not for you. Anyway, shots fired. Love the smell of onions and potatoes. What's going on here? Lauren Cronish, what's going on, guy? Right. Ronnie, you know what's funny is that was caught. Your comment was caught by YouTube. Right. And I just, you can take the one finger solution any way you want, You could take it the positive way and go, hey, you know what, guy? You're number one in my book. I don't care. We're all like point blank. We're all in this to enjoy the hobby. And everybody has a right to their own opinion. That's fine. Whatever. But sometimes you just need to maybe take a step back and think about it and go, man, do I really want to be that guy? Do I want to be the one that, is the little crybaby, Debbie Downer, Karen of the world? That's what I should. And you know what? I feel bad. I actually feel bad. So that new bash spot that I keep talking about and that I've been going to, that obviously took out the Mojave and it took out the XMAXX. Took out the Mojave and it took out the XMAXX. I actually went. I know the people that run the show there. So I went and I actually asked permission. Because it is gated and it is labeled, it does have signs that says no trespassing. I suspected it wasn't going to be an issue anyway, but you're a lot better off going and getting permission for any place that you may think or even have a slight concern that maybe you shouldn't be there, because if you get the permission, it's just a better scenario overall. So I did get, the permission that I needed. And the best part about it was the woman's name is Karen. and she was not the Karen that is that meme, that M-E-M-E meme Karen that they're all talking about. I just thought it was funny because her name's Karen. So she could have been a nutcase, but she wasn't. So, all right, let's just dump into this XMAXX and see what's actually really wrong with this thing. Like I said, I'm pretty confident it's just opinion, but I do have the parts here. So I actually have another pinion, and I do have two spur gears. These are those nice, high quality spur gears. And also have my wheel balancer with me because I want to see what's going on with these wheels. I'm going to take the wheels off. I'm going to use my balancer. This is a team associated, or should I say factory team wheel balancer, which is bearinged. And this is the way that I want it to go. Sometimes using what you have on hand is fine. But in this particular case, because I've been getting into speed runs and some of these larger RCs, I do kind of want to square away tire balance issues. So I actually did get a real wheel balancer. It was a couple bucks, but it's a tool. And sometimes having the appropriate tool is definitely the way to go. So it was my decision, and I'm sticking with it. So are there other ways to balance your wheels? Of course there are. God, I've got a commercial grade lawnmower balancer, and I don't mow lawns commercially. So anyways, all right, let's just jump into this thing. Now this thing, I'm actually going to have to stand up. You don't have to freak out. Alright. I think maybe, this thing is so massive, I think maybe this is going to be the best way. I'll probably reverse it. I'll flip it around just to make, because obviously, the pinion and spur is going to be on this side once I reverse it. Oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't even see. Who are you? Ozum. Oh no, it's another crazy name. Ozum. I can't say that. Ozumentalists? Ozumentalists? Dude, that's a crazy name. Alright, I'm just gonna jump into this. So, body-wise, you can see where we're getting some kind of flex and or issue, but yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Is this designed to have the roof slider? This almost looks like it's designed to have the roof sliders on it. This sure is what it looks like. Ooh, we have crack. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that, just like Earl said. We got some crinkling going on here. Cracking, crinkling. Gonna have to get out the heat gun and reform this and then throw some tape on there maybe. Should have been some kind of support system. It almost looks like they made it so there could have been like a support system that would go to the back here. But I was warned that this was going to happen. Yeah, this body is definitely suffering. That's all right, though. Whatever. All right. So, let's reverse this thing. This is the location that we're going to be working on right here. Man, this is going to be tough. I think I might need to get another tripod. I don't think I could do this, can I? Doing this on camera is going to be a joke. I didn't realize this was going to be that difficult. All right, so obviously we need to access this piece right here, which I can't even see what the heck I need. Oh, here's the other thing I wanted to show you. These little dangles right here. It's got earrings now. That's the metal seal for the bearing. So you can obviously see the bearings themselves. Now you can see that they're exposed. So yeah, I don't know how long it's gonna last for. It's on both left and right side. It's got earrings now. And then even on the front, I noticed somewhere on the front it was happening too. Yeah, look at that, right in there. See the earring in there? See it dangling? On that side, I don't think it's happened on that side yet. That's I gotta say that is actually annoying. I might call Traxxas on it, just because this thing is brand new. Areas that that I do want to put some type of padding, obviously on the top of the shock towers, because you can see the shock towers are getting some nastiness going on here. Both front and rear are doing it, but I got to get to this cover here. It looks like it might be just 2 screws down and in there. One on this side, one on that side. I know you can't see, but I can use, I believe, the zoom feature. Alright, let's get this out of here. Caution, hot motor. Alright, so we got an Allen in there. Right there. And there's another one that's right over there. Stop updating my carrier settings. You hear a good thing about fast eddies? Yeah. Fast eddies and who else? There's another one out there. I forget what the other one is. Don't forget to drink your coffee. That's cinnamon in there. All right. All right. Okay, so it's not that one. Looks like it's maybe a 2.5. Hey. Now, it would be a good idea to take a blowgun and blow this whole thing out first, but I am not going to set up my air compressor right now. Too early in the morning for that. I got to call the power company in order for them to give me more power so I can turn my air compressor on. Oh, isn't that grit? Game changer. Good morning to you, brother. Earl Moorhead actually might be sleeping. Oh! Wow, look at all that dirt in there. What? Holy smokes. Now that's not cool. Check that out. Look at how much dirt's in there. I'm gonna need to get the vacuum. What the heck? Now that is very fine. It's like a fine silt. You know what I'm gonna do? How about this? I'm gonna zoom out and I'm going to dump it right on the table. So we can see that this table's clean, right? See how the table's clean right here? I'm gonna take this and I'm just gonna dump the fence onto the table. Here, this was all inside. That's a couple of good-sized boulders in there, too. We want to lose our screws. All of this is literally inside that case. Wow, that's rough. Look at that. Where is it? That's no joke. That's a pretty good pile right there. Here's the screw for size. All of that was inside that spur and pinion area. That's nuts. Look at, she's a nut. Oh, we don't need to see that. Typical Mastiff. Yeah, that's a good pile right there. So, get that out of here. So that literally is all that happened. It just slipped. So, look at that. Check the gear. So this is what's nice. I'm actually using the camera to look at the pinion. Obviously, it's fine. I mean, we're only going up against a plastic gear anyway. Or is that metal? Is that metal or is that plastic? Oh, it's metal. Why was I thinking that was plastic? Man, I think I am going to have to get my air compressor. Dang it. Wow, my motor shaft is loose. What? Why does my motor shaft have side-to-side play? Oh, that's not good. You hear that? That's my motor shaft. Alright, am I popping the motor out of here? You gotta be kidding me. Why does my motor shaft have play like that? Wow, that actually is not cool. How are my motor shaft bearings already gone? There's no way. That can't be right. Are you kidding me? Alright, well, I got one more screw. It looks like another plate right here to take off. That looks like it's hiding other gears. So I'm going to pop that off. I just need a different driver. Why would my motor shaft already be... That's bad. Dude, that motor shaft is blown. The bearing's got to be gone. How? Listen to that. Wow, that is not cool. Yeah, Earl, listen to this. I don't know if you can hear this. That's my motor shaft. I'm gonna take... Ah, man. Wow, I feel kind of speechless right now. That should not be burned out already. That is total play. That clicking you hear is literally me rocking the shaft at an angle this way. Wow! Alright, well, I'm going to take that out. Gotta be kidding me. warranty is easier. Yeah, but that means... crap. You've got to be kidding me. How is this motor wiped out already? Alright, I'm going to take that little plate off. It's not that one. Wow, I'm really not happy about that. The only thing is, how do you prove that you really only, I only ripped this thing, what, twice? I only drove this thing twice and the motor's already junk? That's got to be why my pinion slipped off then. Too much vibration. I'm assuming. I can't tell if that's integrated or not. Wow, what the heck? How could I'm blown away. I really didn't beat on it that bad. I mean maybe I did, but no. This is an XMAXX. This should have taken every bit of abuse that I gave it. I'm sure people did worse than me. What the heck? Traxxas has a great warranty. Could be. Rocks got jammed in there. Bearings are easy to replace. Right. Man. Alright. Well, let's see. I just feel like I'm surprised here though. So I got to get into the receiver box, obviously because of the fan here, unless I can, because it looks like this cage is kind of in the way. Looks like the cage is in the way. So let's flip this thing upside down. Man, I guess I'm not going to be ripping it today. What the heck? I had plans for this thing today. This thing needs all kinds of warranty issues now. My seals, those little bearing seals, those things are junk. The retainers. Obviously there's junk getting into my bearings. But that's probably not a warranty situation. Wow, I don't know, man. I just kind of feel surprised, man. I definitely feel surprised. This is not the table to do this on either. I thought this was literally just going to be sliding the pinion back on, not taking the motor out. Oh. All right. Let's see here. Now, I think that will come out. It looks like that will come out. But got to release those 2 wires. So it looks like I got to go after the receiver box here or something. Don't lose the pins. Right. It's a bad table to be doing this on. Wow, there's still boulders in there. It's insane how many boulders got into this thing. There's a boulder that's in there. All right. Let's get into this receiver box here. Oh, because you start to get sometimes different length screws, even though these are the same. If you don't want to lose where things go, just make sure you put the screws back into whatever you take it out of. Look at that. Look at all that junk in there. Pop that screw out of there. Almost seems like I should take this cage off. Alright, so we've got, I think, a sensor, and we've got the motor fan. So motor fan and this are together. And that's this guy right here. And this guy right here. I do believe. Give me a little bit of room. Let's just slide that out. Alright, so there's 2 pins in there and a whole bunch of dirt. So there's the pins that Earl is saying to not lose. You got one. Where is it? I know it's there. There's one right there. I think that's in position I. And then there's another one that you just can't see. So these pins right here, he says make sure you don't lose those. They don't seem like they're coming out. Oh yeah, they do. So pin number 1, pin number 2, they're both set into the I location. Right there. Don't lose those. Earl says that that would be bad. So, wow. Wow. That's nuts. I really feel that that's nuts, man. Now, is this... how's this on here? Actually, let's check out the... see if I zoom out so you can actually see what's going on. There's definitely a lot of grit in there. Oh, all the rocks. Oh, look at that. Look at all that fine, like, silty stuff that got stuck in there. This is why you should maintain your vehicles. This is why you shouldn't treat things like garbage bags. Garbage bags. Oh my god, that's junk. Holy crap. Well, looks like I'll be giving Traxxas a call today. I wonder, do I have to wait on hold for Traxxas for like an hour and a half as well? 50-cent bags. Oh my god, Earl. You are a riot. 50-cent bags. Nice. It's just a $1,000 trash bag. Now, see, this is the part that Earl doesn't like. And if you paid attention to his last video, he talked about it. He doesn't like having an RC down. And this is one of my gripes as well. Which is also why he usually has a fully stocked stockroom. For this particular reason. Now, see, for me, I don't have a motor that I can drop in. So I am not going to be able to use this XMAXX now. So that's going to be it. That's a bummer, man. That's definitely a bummer. Let's see. Wow, look at all that junk in there. That's nuts. So let's see. right. Motor's out. All right. So there we go. Let's just get you out of my way. Let's see what's going on here with this motor. This was not a good table to do this on, man. I gotta be careful of all these screws. We got my Brutus of a dog over here who doesn't have any sense of personal space. So what pinion did we have in here? We got an 18 tooth pinion. Yeah, that backed right off. Wow. But listen to that. Holy crap. Wow, that is a massive amount of movement. That's front and rear. Holy smokes. Now I'm assuming, is this epoxied on or is this pressure fit? Can't tell. Oh, wow. All right. Well, it looks like this will come off. Holy smokes. Oh my God. Oh. Wow. That's a lot of junk in there. Let's see if I can. It's wrapped. So it's almost as if I should be able to slide it off, but I think the grit is stopping it from coming off. Let's see. If I back it off to there, can I just press it off? Almost got it. Get maybe a little pry bar in there. Wow. There's so much junk in there. Holy crap. Seems like I should be able to just slide this off. Maybe I need a hammer. There we go. Does have like a little bit of epoxy on there or something. Seems like I should. It's just literally the grit is stopping this from coming off. Look at all this junk in there. Getting tighter and tighter. It's almost as if I should be able to just pull that right off, but man, I think all that grit, you can see this, it was either like a double-sided stick tape or a little bit of epoxy on there, just kind of holding it into place, but the grit is like keeping this motor plate or this heat sink on there. Yeah, you can see it's like a little bit of squeeze of epoxy on there just to keep it in place. So what's happening is the epoxy's rolling up, or that tape, or whatever the heck they stuck on there, and it's making it so I can't get it off of that plastic edge right there. It's almost as if I should be able to like pry it, but the screws are making it so that I can't slide it. Well, I can't pull it off because of the screws, so it's getting there. There we go. There's the epoxy holding the sensor in. So it looks like it was just like a tape. Might be a tape. Should be like an epoxy, but just a very thin little layer, just keeping that heat sensor in there. And there we go. Motor. Wow. That's nuts. Well, I'm not going to take it any further because I'm not sure what Traxxas is going to do. I'm not sure if they'll complain the fact that I took the motor out of the machine. Who knows? I have no idea. All I know is now, obviously, I will not be running the XMAXX. Damn it. That's junk, man. Wow. That kind of stinks. Well, like Earl was saying, make sure you lose these pieces here. Pencil lead's not going to replace those. Your little motor aligners or gear meshers. But that really is a bummer, man. How is it that a brand new motor with 2 runs on it is already wiped out? Wow. Can you hear that? That's not me making noise. That's literally the shaft and the bearings. Wow. Listen to that. Even spinning it. All right, well, I guess that's it. It's the end of COVID and coffee. No, it's not the end. So what else? Man. What KV is this? A 1275 KV? I think that's what that says. I think that says 1275. I have to use the camera to see. I think that says 1275. Looks like it. So, bummer. A little bit of a size difference here. It's not really a drop-in replacement, although it could be a replacement motor. It's just not going to be a drop-in. Requires a little bit different of a pinion. This one doesn't have the slop shaft that this one has. This one has what's called a slop shaft. This one doesn't. Can we have, I know, huh? A moment of silence for the XMAXX motor. This one would probably serve its purpose in the XMAXX. Yeah, this one is actually a 980 kV. A little bit more spin, a little less torque, a little more spin. What, ripping on 12S maybe? 6 plus 6 equals 12. I think that this motor would probably do okay on 8S. You know? Right. I am now in need of a motor mount to run a Coke can. This is more, it's not, you know what's funny is, I don't know. This is more like a tomato paste can. This is like a pill bottle compared to the tomato paste can here. We're Italians over here, Earl. Tomato paste. But there's a little bit of a difference between slop shaft here. I'm just going to call this slop shaft. Traxxas slop shaft motor. And this one that has just slightly bigger bearings, slightly bigger shaft. It's got a little bit of a heat sink kind of situation already going on. Don't you dare. You be good. Daisy, look at me. Daisy, look at me. See, we have dogs across the street right now, so I've got my finger very lightly on my dog's collar, just so that there's no confrontation. Daisy, relax. Just relax, you're fine. Because right now it would not be good if she decided to want to take off, because this whole table would be gone and every screw on this table would be gone as well. And I can't have that happening. Yeah, I know. That's a motor. Right. Dude, there would be, yes, I would not find these screws. Because she's half, see, she's half under the table. See how she's doing her ears? She's doing her ears. She's doing, you know, she's got like the lavish style ears. But she's being a particular way right now. So I just basically just put my finger just on her collar, just so that she can just relax. You can see how she's doing her head, her quick head movements. Just relax. Relax, honey. Relax. See her face? Relax. Hey, you. Daisy. Daisy. Hey. Hey, you. What you doing? You're fine. Just relax. Okay? Relax. Alright. Alright. So for now, that's how we're going to be sitting. Because I don't have just a drop-in replacement for the XMAXX, I obviously will have to get on the horn with Traxxas. I also now got to find my receipt. Hey. Just lay down and relax. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm not good with my receipts. I like everything to be electronic. Just, yeah, you're a good kid. Yes, you are. So, anyways, what a bummer, man. Do I just keep ripping that thing? See, that's the issue. If I keep driving this thing on that motor, I'm trying to tell which. That's a lot of play. Look at this. Can you see that play? You can't, can you? That's a massive amount of play. What a bummer, man. Well, I do have to get a motor plate adapter if I do want to go ahead and put this on the XMAXX. This is a Hobby Star right there. Hobby Star 980 kV. So, just a standby motor for something. Well, I guess the EXB isn't going to end up getting this motor. Damn it. Could you imagine? Dude, the EXB wouldn't be able to fly. The thing would be so locked down to the ground. Anyways, duct tape it in, right? You're funny. Duct tape, man. That's the solve all. Crap. What about the bearings though? Should I say anything about the bearings? The fact that literally the first run, I think I drove it. How many passes did I drive it? I don't even know how many passes I drove it. But all the bearings are now suffering. Except for one. One bearing. One bearing's not missing its little seal. But all the other ones, the seals popped out. That's crap, man. What's going on with Traxxas and those bearings? That's not cool. TJ Mill, is that TJ Miller? Yeah, the only thing though, man, if I keep ripping that motor, believe me, I want to. But what's going to end up happening is I'm going to end up messing up gears. So, and they're not gonna warranty gears. I think that's a part that they don't warranty. So, what I do have to do is I definitely have to find my receipt. I know I bought the XMAXX only like a month ago, so there shouldn't be a problem with that. And video proof of whatever is kind of a joke. It's not like you can, because I could have been that guy and took the XMAXX and ripped it 1,000 packs through it and go, oh yeah, hey, my motor's junk, you know. But literally, it's two rips on the XMAXX, 2 rips on the XMAXX, and the motor's junk already, and my bearings are gone. Something doesn't sound right about that. Does that sound right to you? The motor's already junk, or at least the bearings are junk, and so are the wheel bearings? That doesn't sound right. That really doesn't sound right. Traxxas will just send you a new one? Man, I don't know, man. Chef, what's going on, guy? No way. Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make any sense, though. That motor came like that? Maybe. The warranty is good, Traxxas believes you. Yeah, I hope so. We'll see, man. Yeah, not how much you paid for it, right? You having sugar sand dust for breakfast? Ronnie? Wait a minute, you gotta try that again? Okay. You have bearing failure all the time. Southwest Florida, I have sugar sand dust and it eats bearings for breakfast, right? Yeah, and that's what the second area that I ripped it in, that area has exactly what you're talking about. It's like the dust that I was dealing with over there was almost like a confectionery sugar. You know, that real fine stuff. And that stuff is terrible. That stuff will really wreak havoc on everything. ARRMA tough, baby. Well, yeah, nothing's gonna be perfect. You know, I mean, think about it. I guess think about how, you know, I wasn't going easy on that XMAXX because it's supposed to be able to take it, and you know, obviously it can kind of. It's just some of the components can't. So now it is what it is, right? So now I'm gonna have to wait a month. Crap! I wish I just had a drop-in motor. So anyway. Oh, I actually gotta. Somebody just text. I gotta check that out. See what they're talking about. Where did that message go? What vehicle are you talking about? I can't see what vehicle that they're talking about. I don't know. Am I bummed? Yeah. To be honest with you, yeah, I actually am. But again, it is what it is. You know? You want to play, you got to pay. So I will call up Traxxas. I will find out what they're going to do. And basically just take it from there. Good thing I've got a photographic memory on where screws and stuff go. Because this thing is obviously going to be sitting here for a while. That's a bummer, man. Well, I guess you won't be seeing any more content from RC Guy Garage on the Traxxas XMAXX. Not for a little while, anyway. Unless they say just run it. But the only thing about just running it is you end up causing failure elsewhere. And while I may appear abusive, my abuse is it's limited. There is a certain amount of, you know, there's a certain amount of abuse that I don't really think I do. Somebody was, you know, basically saying that I was treating the XMAXX like a $1,000 trash bag. Not really. Like I was saying earlier before, not really. I was testing its limits. And even then, its limits weren't reached. This motor being shot, maybe this was just a fluke. You know? I feel like taking the caps off, and Earl said obviously the bearings are easy to replace. I feel like taking the caps off and just throwing some bearings in it, because I probably have. I actually may have the bearings that this thing needs, but there's also that Traxxas warranty support where this thing is brand new. I really shouldn't be having bearing and, well, I shouldn't be having bearing issues this quick. One rip on the Traxxas XMAXX and both rear bearing shields blew out. Nah, that's not cool. That's a flaw. That's a definite flaw. And I didn't even rip it hard yet either. I mean, I did a couple of good speed runs, and I think I did 1 or 2 jumps. That should not have happened. Not on, you know, their flagship vehicle. Or what is maybe I deem as their flagship vehicle. I wonder what this temp sensor is. I wonder what this is set at. They're way too small, right? And you Earl, you already know that I did, you know, do what you said. I literally, as soon as you said, you know, get the bigger hubs and bearings, I did do that. So what's weird, they actually sent me 2 sets of bearings. So not only do I have 1 set of bearings for that rear hub, they sent me like an extra set. I don't know. They will send you the parts, right? RPM rear hub carriers are right, and I do have those. I forget where they are. I think they're downstairs. You know what I did want to do? I guess since I want to pop a wheel off, because yeah, I'm gonna pop a wheel off. Because I want to see. I want to see if there's junk inside the tire, causing it to be out of balance, or just see if it's out of balance. So I'm gonna pop off the driver's side, let's say the left side rear is what's coming off. And I think this balancer I got, I think this will balance these wheels. Wow, there's grit in everything. Holy crap. Again, like I always say, there would not be an RC Guy garage without a stream boat. There is the possibility that that rock in there could be causing some balance issues. These XMAXX wheels. Oh no, that's what the issue is. This has got sand in it. Oh yeah. Wow. All right. Well, that's what's causing my balance issue. So let's see if this wheel balancer actually works for this wheel.
Knocking out the door and it's Daisy.
Oh, her tail? Yeah, it might be her tail.
Alright, you too. Thanks. Alright, bye. Yep, bye. I was moving your pants upstairs.
Yeah.
Only this half of your card was in the pockets.
Yeah, I threw the other one in the recycle. Keep it separate.
Okay. All right. As long as you get moving.
No, it's not lost. Yeah. So this wheel is obviously way out of balance, which is not good. And it is out of balance, obviously, with that rock being jammed in there as well. So I'm just going to pop this rock out of here, but I do know there's obviously sand in there, because that rock is not enough to keep a massive wheel like this out of balance. Or is it? That rock literally gave a pretty good amount of out of balanceness. But that's just showing right there that there's garbage, I think, inside of this tire. I can hear it anyway. So I think I do want to vent this tire. What I want to figure out, you can hear the junk in there. But there you go. So this is why you get a balancer right here. So obviously we're on our heavy side right now. So obviously the light side is up top, heavy side is on the bottom. I'm just going to rotate it like that and just to show you. So even on a monster truck style tire and wheel, it is a good idea to go ahead and balance things. We'll put it at the top. It's right at the top. It looks like it, yeah, it's right at the top. So yeah, that rock was enough. But there is some debris in there causing this to be out of balance. Should settle down right there. Don't you do your junk. with the face. Don't do the face. Hey, hey. Don't do the face. Look at me. Hey. Daisy. Daisy. Don't do the face. Just relax. So, this was, in my opinion, a really good investment right here. Getting a wheel balancer, because yeah, even the smallest thing like that, man, I didn't really think that that was going to cause that much of an issue, but it did. So this is a factory team wheel balancer. You can just hold it in your hand and do it, or you can just put it in a vise. It even comes with clay. Granted, maybe in the off-road situation, maybe it doesn't make that much of a difference, but having that wobble, especially in the air, there's nothing good about that. So maybe venting those tires would definitely be something that I should look into. So this is the part number for that wheel balancer, if you're interested in that. Seems like it's pretty good quality. Factory team universal tire balancer. I think that's the part number, $14.98. It's not the price. I think you just got to add a 3. Get rid of the 1 and add a 3, and I think that was about the price. Right, vent the tires now? Yeah, definitely. Now, when you vented the tires, did you vent it on a lug, or did you vent it on the did you vent a tread, or did you vent the actual flat of the tire? Because I feel like venting a lug potentially would be smarter, because then you're potentially tearing less of a weaker material. So if I vented one of the lugs, it seems as though that would be the better way to go, because then you have more material to keep things together, if that seems to make sense. I feel like venting one of the lugs would be a better scenario. Anybody have opinion on that? I've normally just vented the flat part of the tire, but because it's so weak, I feel like venting a lug is the better way to go. Yeah, you're saying but between the lugs. I get that. Now, Jayo, why would you vent in between the lugs? Right, cauterizes the hole. Right, I get that. Now you see, now, but do you guys understand why? Do you understand why I'm saying potentially venting a lug might be a better scenario? Just because of material-wise. Because obviously you know that, if this thing diffs out hard on one wheel, having a vent on the tire is only going to potentially facilitate tearing the tire apart. So if a lug is vented, you're dealing with a little bit more material, hopefully to keep that tire intact and not tearing on the weaker side of the tire, is what I'm thinking. I am going to vent a lug anyway, but I just kind of was wondering what other people thought about my thought about that. I am venting a lug. But you can hear the sand in there. Hear it? In between the lugs is tested and proven. It's not really a weak spot. I've never heard of a torn tire off a vent. Okay, now you heard of it. Is that because people just aren't saying that's what's happened? Right, vent the side that's heavy, right. You will destroy the lug, trust me. But will I destroy the lug before the tire is kind of wasted anyway by that time? I never said heard. I'm speaking from my own experience running MTs for 20 years. Okay. So don't vent a lug then. You know what I could do? I could just throw my Pro lines on it. Try it. I know that venting in between makes them act like a funnel for stuff to go inside. Right, you've seen guys vent the opposite of the wheel vents, right? Because that makes sense too, because you're removing material and almost like, because when you think about it, normally vents are going to be the opposite side of the tire. So you have one vent that's on that side, one vent on that side. So, and this only has two vents, and they are pretty small. Where are they? One, and then opposite side two. I get that method. So seeing that the vents on the inside of the wheel are here and here, people would obviously vent the tire here and here. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sure they do plenty of R&D and research and development and whatever you want to call it. There's probably other words for R&D, but I don't know, man. Just in my mind, it seems like if I vent a lug, it'd be better off. But since we've got Jayo here, who's been venting tires for 20 years, that might speak some knowledge right there. Mr. Aliande. Venting the flat part is a better approach because dirt water will come out of the tire through less material. Right, I get what you're saying. Yep, that kind of makes sense. I'd be the first. Right. But Jayo, you've been doing it for 20 years, so I mean, that also might speak for itself as well. So, Pro lines are heavy, they will ruin the bearing. The bearings are already ruined. Yeah. The Pro lines are actually for the DBXL-E, but I do have a set for the XMAXX anyway, just in case. Branches. Yeah, Earl was saying that these, he was saying, believe it or not, the Traxxas tire and wheel is actually the perfect combination for the vehicle. Lightweight, good grip, and does the job. And I would believe him. I definitely would believe Earl. He's not speaking just out of, RC experience, But I still like the idea of venting a lug, though. We'll see. Maybe I'll vent the lug and vent the tire itself, the flat. Am I gonna get the new? It's already on order. Yeah, it's a pre-order.
Here.
Oh, thank you.
It has a tomato mix. I have to use the tomato.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, honey. Check that out. Wow. Breakfast. She's awesome. I think my coffee's cold now. You don't want to gear down? Right. Trenches are shelf clean. Power Hobby seems like a good tire. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that too. But J.R. Manuel, the Outcast is on its way. Power Hobby are great tires. That's good to know. Only water will come out. Dirt and sand will stay in them forever. Yes and no. RC Master, I do get what you're saying. But sand will come out. I know you know that. Wet sand, that might be an issue. I don't plan on running this XMAXX in water. I just made you hungry. That's my wife's cooking right there. It's a bagel breakfast sandwich. It's got tomato, ham, cheese. Look at that. Egg. This thing is incredible. Look at the steam coming off of that. Probably steam up the camera lens. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful looking? That's nice. That's why I am the shape that I am. Because she makes such good food. Hey! Where are you going? No. Claire Cooper, good morning. You just bought the new Outcast 8S and on page... How do you guys have this? Venting in between the lugs, especially in wet... Oh, yeah. So there you go, right. I get it. Now, I'm confused, Claire Cooper, about your name. Because apparently there's two Claire Coopers out there. Right? So we got this Claire Cooper, and then we've got another one that is, I think, friends with Kevin Talbot or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. But there were two Claire Coopers out there, so I don't know which one you are. California don't get RCs first with ARRMA now, right? Isn't that crazy? RC guy, now you're killing me over here. You thank my wife for that one. Oh no! Chef Beardsley says it's raining again over where he is. Shut up and eat. That looks unbelievable, right? Eat before it goes cold. I know. But Claire Cooper, you're not answering which Claire Cooper you are. Are you Claire Cooper the girl or Claire Cooper the guy? Daisy. Would you like a piece? Good girl. Sit. I know you're just staring at my sandwich. Eat the sandwich. Look away. You're still on the sandwich? Put it back in view. Look at that, huh? Whoa. Bagel sandwich. Look at my dog. Look at her. What? Her nose was just... She's very good at that. She'll look at it, but she never takes. She's got... Let me look at her. Look at her. She's got very good manners for a dog. All of our dogs do. They may stare at you or look at you, but Daisy, she'll actually look away. It's funny. She's got very, very good manners. So obviously we know there's sand in the tires, causing balance issues, and that stone. I'm surprised that stone. So that balancer is that good that stone is pretty light too. That balancer recognized that stone is causing an issue. So pretty good. Definitely a good investment. Getting yourself a tire balancer for more than one reason. I did get it for speed runs, but you can obviously use it for other scenarios. So get yourself a tire balancer. Came with it actually came with clay. Like wheel weights. Came with clay that you can stick in there. I'm really thinking it over. That XMAXX. Oh, look at that. That is cool. Where is it? That's a cardinal. I know the focus is junk, but I think I should put the XMAXX together. The only thing I don't want to do is I just don't want to cause further damage, man. The only thing that it's going to do is potentially ruin the pinion and the spur. But I do have replacements. And Earl was saying that the Traxxas, this is not a Traxxas gear. This is a GDS. So I got a GDS 50 and a GDS 46. It's a better quality hardened steel gear, getting away from that powdered steel that is apparently what's used in the XMAXX. So I could put it together and just kill it, knowing that, you know, I'll just have to change out a pinion and a spur anyway. But I feel like it's going against, like, I feel like it's going against my nature in a way of not wanting to kill something, especially that I know that it could potentially, you know, cause other issues. Mr. Allende, please do the servo saver hack before putting it together. I don't even know what that is. Even your cat would have taken the sandwich. Oh my God. I need a napkin. Oh, she gave me one. What's the game changer? I don't know about that. I doubt it's the best live stream ever. Maybe because I show food and make people hungry. Maybe that's why it's a good live stream, but I wouldn't say it's the best. But Mr. Allende, what is the servo saver hack? Right. But how is it that Claire Cooper already has original? What happened to your what happened to you? Why is your picture not there anymore? Was your I'm confused. I don't know whether if you're the real Claire Cooper or if you're the hacked one. But how is it that you guys already have the Lcast 8S? You really are? Right. Well, we can only assume. It's one of those things. It's the internet. You have no idea who's who anymore. But Jayo, are you trying to start something? What does eating a sandwich have anything to do with the Traxxas XMAXX? Because this is a live stream. So, yeah. I almost feel like I'm going against my better judgment of just leaving it alone. If anything, putting it back together too, it'll make it so I don't lose the parts. The only thing that it's going to do, though, it's going to make me want to rip it today. I suppose if I put it back together, I can still rip it today, and I'll rip it on the backyard track. Because the backyard track, I mean, I've got trees, but, and that jump actually is pretty nice. But I think on the backyard track, there's potentially less abuse that could happen. So, in a sense, I won't be treating it like a $1,000 trash bag. Maybe that's a... I think that, you know what? I think that's what I'm going to call it. I think I'm going to call my XMAXX the trash bag. That's the new name. That's its nickname. Trash bag. That is literally... Now see, that's what I love about all of this. All right, so this community, right? As long as we all stay level-headed and we're all kind to each other and we're not pieces of garbage and we're not trying to cause trouble, this is what's great about the RC community. So somebody made a comment that I was treating my XMAXX like a $1,000 trash bag. And I just very politely said, well, yes and no. I'm testing its limits. I want to see what this thing needs, and I want to see what this thing can take. It's supposed to be the ultimate basher, right? Well, I was thrashing it. That's why I titled it Thrashing the Traxxas XMAXX, because I knew what I was going to do to it. I already saw it in my head. I saw full trigger just everywhere. And I don't know. Is that why my motor's junk? I don't know. Could it be that my motor was junk from the factory? That is a possibility. Probably highly unlikely, but it is a possibility. And I suppose if the only thing that potentially is going to get ruined is the pinion and the spur gear, maybe that's acceptable loss. You know, there is a certain amount of acceptable loss, but that's what I'm going to name my XMAXX trash bag. That's perfect. That's it. My Traxxas XMAXX has now been named trash bag. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I love it. Love it. I'm telling you. Try to look at things in a better light. If somebody's negative, just try to turn it around and just, you know, I mean, you can't always turn everything around. Sometimes the keyboard heroes out there, you know, they're pretty spiteful, you know, and then once somebody's spiteful, other people like to jump on their backs and ride they're called riding the wave, you know what I mean? Drawing attention to themselves, you know, yeah, beat him down, get him, kick him in the face, kick him while he's down, you know what I mean? Come on. You've all seen those fights. If you were in high school, when I was in school, when there was a fight, you knew what happened. I mean, you got the pieces of garbage out there that instead of breaking it up, they'd egg it on. You know, they'd be the ones that would push the people into the other person. So instead of the fight happening between the two individuals, it would be the other people watching who weren't gonna get slammed in the face. Those were the ones that were egging it on. You know, those were the keyboard heroes. So, and they're out there. They're out there. What do you call them? They call them trolls, something like that. Why are they called trolls? Isn't a troll somebody that lives under a bridge? That's what I know a troll to be, right? Like my favorite book when I was a kid, The Three Billy Goats Gruff. That was my favorite book when I was a kid growing up. So there was a troll that lived under a bridge. Always whine bagging and complaining about the goats, like trip trapping over the bridge was what it was called. So yeah, I think I'll put this thing back together. It would kind of ease my mind a little bit too. Now we've got all that debris out of there. Yeah. You know what's funny, Earl? I don't know if you're still here, but looking at the underside of this truck, here, I'm going to take you guys off of here for a second. I want to show you the underside of this truck. So obviously the front is what should have the damage. And Earl, after, you know, obviously me slamming this thing pretty rough, there's a little boulder stuck in there, but smashing this thing pretty rough as I did, for the amount of rocks that I did slam into the front arms, they're not that bad, man. I mean, you can tell it was run. You know, little scars, and you know, it just looks like it went through a sandstorm. So it's not too bad. Pins look like they're in place. That one looks like it's sunk behind a little bit. The underside of the truck. Oh, it looks like we've got a nice dent from a rock right there. So that's actually a dent in the plastic right there. Because there's no dent on that side. That's a dent. So I guess a rock must have impacted pretty hard right there, right where that screw is too. But this plastic is pretty resilient. Is that a dent? That looks like more of an impact right there. So that's an impact. But you know, it's what you expect to see. The back, let's see what the back looks like. So, same thing. All your typical, you know, abrasions going towards the back. Looks like it's in good shape. This little hump right here. Got some scrapes. Nice digger right there. Little digger right there. But it looks like it's all hits on the thicker portions anyway, so. But that little seal right there, the little earrings that this thing has now, I'm not happy with that. That's definitely not cool. Everything else looks kind of alright. So we got a nice digger right there. What is that? How did that happen? That looks alright. Back bumper seems fine. Look at that. Look at that little earring just hanging out. See? Little earring hanging out there. Little earring hanging out there. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to put it back together. I was wondering, why didn't this piece come out? Does this piece come out? Yeah, it does. It's just got to come out a certain way. Looks like it pries straight up. That piece, that little guard. The spur gear. Ooh, am I hearing grit? I think I hear grit. Ooh, wait a minute. What's going on here? Something feels locked up. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Something actually feels locked up. Just noticing that right now. That's locked up. Ah. All right. I think we're not done with the investigation here. See that? Something is locked. All right, I guess we're not done. All right. Sandwich is getting cold. Focusing on that sandwich right there while I twist the tripod back on. So let's get some unnecessary stuff off of this table. So something seems locked. I'm not liking that. I think I need to get a couple more paper plates here. Something's locked in there. All right. More paper plates. Paper plates are the best thing to use because when you're done with them, you can throw them away. This table's not the right size table for this XMAXX. See, Earl, I called it an XMAXX. RC Will Hobbies, what's going on, guy? Tony, Guy, what's going on, man? going anywhere. You don't have to freak out. And look at, he's even got the X for the XMAXX for bacon.
Wife's cooking looks good.
All right. I'm just going to clear off this real quick. We can have a clean slate. Sandwich is like right on the edge of just like flopping over. It is a pretty nice heatsink though. That is a pretty sweet looking heatsink, I will say that. Definitely does the job. I felt no heat from when I ran that Traxxas XMAXX. Or what I should just say, when I ran the trash bag, people just won't understand what I'm talking about when I call the XMAXX a trash bag. So when I was running the trash bag, it was actually pretty cool. I did have my hands inside here feeling heat, and there was really no heat to feel ripping it, you know, like literally full trigger like I was. I didn't feel any ESC heat, and I didn't really feel any motor heat either. So it wasn't too bad. Coffee right there. See my dog right there. So we've got some kind of an issue here where something locked up. Because right now it should move and it's locked. So that's not good. Trying to make it so I can just keep this connected there. So this piece should slide out. I think I need my needle nose pliers here. That should not be stopping like that. It's not going any further. So I'm going to take off this cover plate. That's obviously the gear connected to that push drive. Try to keep it in frame. It's not very easy to keep this thing in frame. You guys all know this. So I'm going to take out those 4 screws and pop that little cover off. See what's going on. Trade the XMAXX for a Kaiju. Yeah, there you go. Might be a little easier to work on. Although this XMAXX is very easy to work on. I've seen it. So we'll get a new paper plate for some more parts. 4 screws, looks like. Two Kaijus, yeah. Kaiju's definitely a good vehicle, man. Now remember, when you're taking stuff like this apart, it is a recommended thing to blow it all out with an air gun, if at all possible, before you take things apart. But like I said, I'm not going to waste my time with that right now. Haley, stop doing that. You think I got rocks in the center drive shaft area? Yeah, you're most likely right, but I do want to just pop this off real quick. Come on. How do people get their fingers in here? Alright, here's the reveal. Ooh, look at all the junk in there too. Oh, look at all the crap in there. Oh my god. Alright, this is not normal. That is not normal. God, that's literal, that's teeth. That's chunks of, oh my god. Wow. All right. Only 2 runs, and it looks like this. Only, what's that right there? Is that a rock? All right. Let's see. Is that the culprit right there? Maybe not. Oh, wow. Okay. This thing needs some maintenance. Check this out. I'm gonna throw you guys into the pit. What do you mean rotate device? Look inside of there. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's the thing built sandcastles inside. That's sandcastles. Wow. Dude, that is a sandcastle inside. Wow, that's a combination of sugar dirt, like somebody was saying. Right, sand is brutal. Dude, holy crap, you ain't kidding, man. All right, let's see if it's free now. Now that we got the cush drive out of there, but look at that. Would you just look at it? Look at this. Holy crap. Wow. That's nasty. It's only 2 runs. Oh my God. This is only 2 runs. What the heck? Is this normal for 2 runs? Oh my God. Look how thick that is. Dude, I could make a sandcastle with that. Wow. Okay. Okay. I got you. Holy smokes, that's horrible. Okay, so now that I've got the, now you can see I've got the cush drive set up out of there. Let's just, I want to see if this thing now moves. We'll see if there was something in there causing an issue. Man, I should have made this into a video. Forget this live stream junk. All right. So, what do you think? Does the Traxxas XMAXX now move? Or is it still going to just be rocking back and forth? Because, like what Earl said, there may be a rock stuck inside the center drive shaft. But I think that's pretty insane how much junk was in there for 2 rips. That's only 2. So, this is obviously a maintenance vehicle. Like, a maintenance vehicle every single time you drive this thing, depending upon the conditions. Let's see, does it move? Move, or is it still going to just rock back and forth? I'm hoping it moves. That was it. Check it out. Cush drive. We've got an issue in there. Wow, for the love of God. All right. Holy smokes. All right. Well, you obviously know what's next. We're going to pop this off now. So, wow, this is turning into a whole 6-hour show here. You guys ready for a 6-hour live stream? I'm going to tear into it right now, live. Why not? This is the way it should be, man. Cush drive trash bag. You know it, guy. Look at the damn flies are attacking my sandwich. The Cush drive trash. This thing is a trash bag. Holy crap. Put the sandwich right here. Take a couple bites. Oh, it's delicious. Very messy, though. With all the junk that's stuck in there, did I buy a used XMAXX? Holy crap. All right, so I'm gonna pop this thing off. Pretty sure I got to take off the center spine first. So I am going to take this off first, just to see. I should have brought my driver out here. The driver would be faster, but we'll see. Game changer, you still here, brother? What's going on? You liking the breakfast? Get out of there, fly. Who needs a driver? It's like I'm trying to create a fire with wood here. Looks like a Florida XMAXX, right? Or either Arizona Desert XMAXX. That really was abusive. Holy smokes. All right. Let's see. Do I have 4 little screws too? Are those just holes, or is that 4 little screws? Can't tell. Oh, wait a minute. It's not a center spine. What am I talking about? That's part of the chassis. So I probably didn't need to take those out. Oh. So this isn't part of that. This doesn't come off. Right? No, it doesn't. That just ties stuff together. So you can tell I've never taken one of these apart before. So it looks like I'm just taking this cover off. So there is no center spine piece. Well, what the hell did I just take apart then? Even quicker. Wait a minute. Let's see. Is it just those? Or is there also an integration with the... There's an integration with the thing there, the wheelie bar. So the wheelie bar is also screwed down to that piece somehow. And it's from that technical top. So I'm just going to pull these out. Looks like these are the same size, so it's a non-issue. So these must hold together this section to here. That's obviously for the back section. This holds down maybe that bracing. So this must be part of that top bracing. So let's just throw these back in. Oh no. This table's not the right table. All right, so these obviously have something to do with some kind of brace on the opposite side. Get off of my sandwich. So I'm looking at this, and while I'm taking this piece off, I'm wondering if that's got nothing to do with what I'm trying to do here. Because the way I'm seeing that gear from this bottom side looks like it's accessible from the top. Get off of my sandwich, fly. More debris was still pumping out, too. Okay, so this is accessible this way. Except for the fact that I'm going to be taking apart a hell of a lot more from what I'm seeing here. Because those ribs are integrated to the back. So that means, and I'm not doing this on instructions. I hate instructions. I'd rather just literally figure it out. So if I pop these screws for the wheelie bar out, that will release that bottom plate, which might have nothing to do with what I'm trying to look at. But this upper bulkhead thing area looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4 screws. Damn, this thing's really integrated. Holy smokes. This is not the right table to be doing this on. Definitely not the right table to be doing this on. I gotta take a bite of sandwich. Yeah, these right here, right, Earl? Means I gotta take this back wheel off. Son of a... This is not the right table for this. This is a bad idea. You can already tell. I'm making a mistake here. Mark my words, I'm making a mistake. Working on this bench. Or this table. This is not the right scenario for this. I feel it in my bones. Especially when there's a sandwich out here. Wow, there's so much grit. It does not want to come off. Holy crap. I gotta take this off the bench. What does help is this thing is pretty light. All right. Get out our trash thing here. We're working on the trash bag. The XMAXX trash bag. Hey. Now, this, I think. Does it come off now? Or is there something else holding that on? It looks like I need to get my sandwich off the table. That was my head hitting a wind chime. I needed a secondary table here. This is not the right area to be doing this. Oh my God. Whole mess of sand just came out of here. Wow. Check that out. Holy smokes. I can't even see. Look at that pile of sand in there. Not that it matters, but still. Wow. Sandcastles. I'm making sandcastles here. All right. So, looks like that brace is going to come off on the back. Looks like this top section here needs to come off. We don't need no stinking instructions. Just gotta figure it out. Shocks are coming off. Take that pin out of there. This is just what I'm seeing with my eyes. I could be wrong here, but so that's obviously integrated into there. So it looks like these two screws on the back side of here go through this case into this split section of tower. So this tower section needs to come off. Looks like these upper arms are popping off, front shock's popping off. That way I can pop this off. Then I'll be able to get to that section of the case, I think. It's what I'm thinking. So pop this pin out of there. I think I need other tools. So one thing I was going to mention, it's just like talking about, you know, keeping things together. There is a certain amount of photographic memory I have. but it only takes a second just to take a fastener and put it back where it came from. And that way you'll have less of an issue trying to remember something. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know that. All right. So that shock's out of there. Look at that. Rocks, boulders all stuck in the arm. Wow. Look at that. Holy smokes. I should have just called this tearing down the XMAXX. This would have been better as a video. Again, these little ones, just kind of just toss them into place. It'll also help if my dog decides to make my table upend on itself. Pop this shaft out. Pop the shock out. Put the little screw back in. Now it looks like there's a screw on each side of that shaft. So the upper pins looks like they go through this upper tower brace thing here. So let's see what we got here. So we got 2 screws, one on each side of this chassis brace shock tower kind of thing. I'm doing some of this blind, but each side should basically be the same. And then it looks like we got 2 more screws here. Wow, this is quite the maintenance for a second run vehicle here. It's only 2 stinking runs. So these screws are the same size, so we don't have to worry about that. Those screws are the same. We know where those go. So now I'm just going to go after these screws, seeing that they were basically the same thing. I really didn't expect that this was going to turn into this. Wow. XMAXX teardown video. Holy crap. Did anybody ever answer what the servo hack was that was recommended that I should be doing or something, and why? What's wrong with the servo, and why do I need to hack it? Okay, so that looks like that's pretty much away. That's away. So the only thing that's holding that together now is basically, looks like the pin or something here. So there are screws that are going through this back plate right here, which is a metal pin brace. So I'm going to just take those off, because I am now guessing, just from how I'm seeing, now this is just how I'm visually seeing this, I am guessing that I should take out this pin and this pin. And I'm assuming once I take these two screws out, this whole unit, I think, may come off. I think. I can't tell. But I kind of, it almost, no, maybe not. It looks like, I don't know. I'm going to pop those out just to see what it does. Like I said, I'd rather do it this way. If anybody's, you know, saying open up a manual, no thank you. I literally just, I would just rather figure it out. It's just the way I like to do things. It helps with my memory. And also tearing down stuff. It works your brain. It's kind of like how the joke is how GPSs are creating stupid people for driving, because if you 100% rely on a GPS to tell you where to go, you're not going to remember where landmarks are. You're not going to remember nothing. You're not going to remember street names because you don't need to know. Like when you just mindlessly drive by way of a GPS, what happens when you lose signal? You're not stopping at a gas station to ask for directions because that's just not going to happen. So there should be no reason why I cannot take this apart, or at least just figure this out on my own without instructions. So took that off. So that's not going to do anything. So it looks like this back cover can come off that way, but I don't think I need that to happen. Or do I? And I can tell that's separate. That piece is definitely separate. So I just need to get this shock tower out of here. And it is held in by those pins. Okay. That's all one piece. That metal brace connects to that, which connects to this. So it does look like those little pins need to come out, which this is where an L wrench comes into play, but I think I got it. So there's obviously pin retainer screws here. So we're gonna pop that out. Set this aside here. Go after this one. Why is it like it still says I'm live? Why did it die? Did I go over on my allowance? That's weird. Why do I have a black screen? It says I'm still live, right? I got a black screen on my side. Check this out. I'm on my iPad. I got a black screen on my iPad. Like it died. So yours blacked out too. Are you on an iPad? Wow, I wonder if it's an refresh the iPad. Oop, I don't know how to refresh an iPad. How do I refresh an iPad? Close it out. Hit that thing. I don't know how to refresh an iPad. X out of it. Re-hit it. There's a commercial. Welcome. Get rid of that. Oh, all right, so it is still there. Thank you, Tony. I just don't know how to refresh an iPad. All right. So what I'm doing is I'm basically just getting in there and getting that little screw out of there. And holding the camera and doing this at the same time is a joke. It's not going to work. Steven, I am ripping my 2-day-old XMAXX apart. And I say 2-day because I've only ripped it 2 days. And we've got aftermath and issues. So, now I'm just going to slide those. Well, I can't slide the pins because they're covered. Don't forget to take a bite of your breakfast sandwich. Or dinner. Ah, I could have taken the pin out this way. I should have taken those caps off. I could have taken the pin out this way. No way. You serious? I could have taken the pin out this way. Well, you live and you learn. Yeah, I guess I could have taken the pin out that way. Kind of made sense. But it looks like I need something to grip onto that. It's open with my fingers too well. All right.
Have the dogs in the back because I'm going to be leaving soon. And
Yeah.
You can't watch all three.
Right, that would probably be easier. Thank you, honey. All right, so obviously these little caps retain the back side. I didn't have to take out those pins on the front. Why are those there then, if that's the case? Oh, because the front and rear arms the exact same thing? It looks like the front and rear arms are the exact same thing. Maybe that's why.
Really, come on.
That is why. Okay, front and rear arms are the same exact thing, so I didn't have to take those screws out. But now I know. And knowing is half the battle. TV show used to say that. Anybody remember what that TV show was? And knowing is half the battle. I know, Sergeant J. I know, guy. Now I can see it. But I'm not doing this by manual. I should have checked. I don't know what I was thinking. I just wasn't. It's always nice when the UPS truck stops in front of your house, but I don't have anything coming, so I know they're not coming here. Ah. All right. Right. Who's Manuel? I just call Jose. Helps if I put the battery tray out of the way. Alright. So that is why, folks, front and rear arms are the exact same thing. So that's why you have these little covers here, which kind of makes sense. I just, whatever. Kind of makes sense, but whatever. Alright. So we'll take this out. We'll take this little cap off, which will reveal the pin. But I'm definitely going to need to figure out how to slide those out, though. Because trying to slide it out, I need something to grab it, I think, because I don't think I can push it from the back or from the front. Come on. Urgh. Nope, it's not pushing. Get in there. Nope. All right, I'm going to grab a pair of channel locks. See if I can grab a hold of that pin. All right. There we go. Pair of channel locks. Hopefully, be able to rip this pin out of here. Oh, there we go. I knew this was going to be a bad idea, man. This bench is not the right place to be doing this job. Wow, that is in there. I got too many screws, like, that can disappear in a heartbeat. I'm not talking about today's Chevrolet either. Alright. See, I'm trying to do, like, stay out of the way of the camera and all this other garbage. There we go. Boy, look at all that grit in there. That shouldn't have been that hard to come out, but man, when you see all the sand coming out, all the silt, you get why. Wow. Look at that. Wow. I'm gonna have to polish these up. That's a lot of wear for 2 runs. On pins, that's a lot of wear. This is 2 runs on this Traxxas XMAXX. I just gotta tell my wife she can leave Haley out front. Colby. Colby. Colby, come on. Come on, Colby. Colby, come on. Are you sure he's not inside? Hon? Got him? On? Okay, thank you. All right. So where are we? I think we're getting closer. I think we're getting closer. So we got that off. And thinking this should pop off now, I think. Yeah, there we go. Oh my God. So if you run your XMAXX in like sandy conditions like I was, you are literally going to have to do a full tear down after every single rip. Wow. And this is also when it would be beneficial to have a blowgun. Now we can also get a look at the bearing seal, or look how mangled that thing is. The seal that came off my bearings, which the bearings should be turning into junk right now. Oh yeah, they are. Look at that. Oh my God, look at that. That's a piece. Oh man. Yeah, these bearings are bad. Yeah, check this out. Wow, why? This is only 2 runs. This is only 2 runs. That's the condition of my rear hub bearing. After 2 runs. Where is it? Right there. Those are my hub bearings. It's all melted and everything. Yeah, this is no good. This is heat and friction and everything inside of here. Those bearings are not even moving. Look at that. Yeah, this is junk. All right, so my rear hub bearings are junk. 2 runs. Here. 2 runs. Rear hub bearings are junk. I didn't even check the other side. Let's just jump into the other side real quick. Guarantee it's got to be the same. So here's the seal. 2 runs. This is 2 runs on the XMAXX. So that's what happens to the retainer. We'll call this a retainer, not a seal. It's a retainer. Okay, so that's what happens. You end up with earrings on your axles, your rear dog bones, CVs, whatever you want to call them. And let's just focus into there. That's what's nice about this zoom feature. The only thing that's not nice about the zoom feature is that you don't have that much control. That's the best I can do. So let's just feel this one. Now this one's actually functioning. You can actually see the bearings are functioning, but my right rear hub bearing is toast already. This one's actually functioning. You can see it's still spinning, but it looks like we are melted though. That does look like it's melting. See all this right here? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. Maybe that's just debris. It's just debris in there. So it's not melted yet. The other side's melted, though. Yeah. Those bearings are junk. It's still functioning, though. You can see the bearings are rotating. See the bearings? They are rotating. They still feel... Well, no, they are loose. Never mind. Alright, both rear bearings are junk after 2 runs. 2 runs. Both rear hub bearings are gone. Now, Traxxas ain't going to believe that. But why would I lie? But this bearing's bad. So the bearing that's on this... The bearing that's on this right rear is junk. It's really junk. The bearing on the left rear is about to be junk. So most likely one more run on that bearing in its current condition, it would have been, I know you're eating my face, but there's nothing I can do about it. So one more run on that backside left back, and that would have been done. For an XMAXX? Am I not thinking right here or something? This is an XMAXX, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. That seems kind of messed up. So now we're going to take apart this front cover, or this back cover here. And this is all probably no new news to you guys, but to be quite honest with you, this is all new news to me. Yeah. I'm not the only one, right, that has ever come across this, I'm assuming. I actually have them. You're just going to comment, I know. Eating my face, I'm sorry. I can't always tell. But that's pretty sad, man. So my guess is, and again, not positive because I'm not going to open up a book. I'm guessing this piece here is 3 screws that maybe it comes off. So it looks like this back cover comes off in 3 screws. And then this cover right here maybe comes off by taking out the 4 screws that are left. Because it looks like this piece right here is a separate piece from maybe this back cover. So I'm guessing this is a back cover like most diffs. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this on a wheel because it's starting to slide off of my table. And at least if I have a tire underneath, I will have less of an issue. That way at least it kind of will be held in place a little bit. So it's not going to slide. All right, so we're here. We're doing the live teardown of basically a I'm still calling this a 2-day-old XMAXX, because it really is. It's 2 days old. Meaning 2 runs. This has only had 2 packs of batteries run through it. I wish I could make this catch up. Doing this blind. Where is that screw? You wanted to pick up an XMAXX? Yeah, I don't know, guy. Let's put it this way. You gotta, Corey, you have to watch what I did to it. It might make you change your mind. I was not treating this. I was treating it like its new name. This is called Trash Bag. So subscriber had made a comment, which I actually appreciated. He made a comment, and, you know, he said, I'm basically treating this like a trash bag. So, and essentially, he's kind of right. But I needed to see for myself what the limits were of this particular vehicle. And I am realizing if you want to run it in the conditions that I rode it in or drove it in and under full trigger, like literally this thing was full trigger, didn't care nothing about nothing. Just go watch the video. You'll see what I'm talking about, unless you did see it. So bottom screw is shorter than the two top screws. That's easy enough. I'm thinking this cover should now pop off is my guess. I'll get a little flat driver in here and see if I can just crack this open. Okay, maybe not. I was hoping this would just pop off. I don't think. Does this cover just pop off? Or if I'm missing more screws here? Are there more screws? Wait a minute. There's 2 more screws hidden that I didn't see because I've got the camera in the way. So it looks like there's 2 screws down here. Ha ha ha! 2 screws down in the bottom. So this case has a total of 5 screws holding this cover on. But you see how I did that? I just pried very gently. I didn't grab like a sledgehammer and start beating on it to try to get this back cover off. And it makes sense that there are lower screws holding this on because this is a pretty sizable piece. So those 4 screws are the same. That one's the only different. Now, this hopefully will pop off. I think. There we go. Oh my God, I'm hearing crunch. Man, we got enough infiltration, big time, of sand. Why are you growling? Haley, knock it off. So, I do want to call this another major infiltration of sand. And this is not normal sand where I drove. Yeah, look at this. So, you want to see how hard that I rode this or drove this? Look at that. Look at the wear. That's point blank goes to show you how rough I was with this. I was treating this like no joke, man. So, that's some cup wear. That's 2 runs. There's definitely grit in the grease. Yeah. There's grit in the grease. All right. We're diving into this thing a little bit more than I had thought, but that's okay. Now, see, this would have made a much better video than a live, because advertisers are not going to want to jump on this. Advertisers have a tendency to jump less on lives than they do videos. Corey, did you watch my video? I didn't even check. Stickies, what's going on, guy? Mitchell, what's happening? I did not know you were here. Right, the 100C batteries are no joke, right? Okay, so Corey, you did, okay, so you can understand why. Let's put it this way. Is Traxxas gonna ever revise this truck? Probably not. This is already what, version 2? I wasn't gonna get one because what I was waiting for was a 12S version. But after seeing one particular video on the abuse that it took, the conditions that I drove this in dictate that I needed to do what I'm doing right now. And if you even look in a car manual, it point blank says that, you know, you got like, let's say like an air filter, right? An air filter after so many miles or whatever, they say you want to change it out. But there's a little disclaimer in there that says if you're in more adverse conditions, dusty, etc., I think they'll say it like that, that you want to check an air filter like way sooner. So this is the same thing. That area that I drove this in, both areas technically, very, very dusty. All that fine silt is what got in here. We're not talking chunks like of grit, but I can feel that there's grit in the grease. Again, am I sad that I have this XMAXX? Nope. After that finger, well, wait a minute. After that finger being like this the entire time and me basically just holding on to the wheel and correcting, and I mean, did you see that? You saw like the massive jumps, the impacts that this thing had? This point blank is surviving. The whole thing's plastic. So it's gonna be doing this the entire time while it's driving. So yeah, don't be afraid to get it. I wouldn't be. Mitchell, Guy, Stickies. Well, hopefully the rebuild is on Traxxas and not me. Hopefully the rebuild is on Traxxas. Kinda. Stickies, did you know my motor's wiped out? My, the bearings in my motor are shot already. And obviously the right side rear hub bearing. But I obviously have, because of Earl, Earl was proactive in telling me to get a couple of things, but he didn't tell me to get a motor. Earl, you did me a disservice, guy, if you're still here. Earl might be sleeping right now. He has a tendency to fall asleep on these lives. But yeah, Earl, I thought you weren't supposed to tell me to get a new motor. Earl might be gone. All right, we don't need to be looking at my face. Let's get back on this. So my main concern right now is technically this gear. It's like an intermediate. It's the center diff. Essentially, this is the center diff. This is more of what I am now concerned with, because after seeing all the grit that was in there and knowing the way gravity works, man, when I take off this cover, I don't know. And this is obviously why it was locked. The cush drive. So here's what the gear looks like on the cush drive right now. Now, a lot of this is a huge amount of wear. Like, all the black that's in here, it's not, how do I say this? It's not like it's a combination of sand, silt, and basically metal. If you were to look at this probably under a microscope, you would see that this is probably all shiny material, and I could probably get some of this to stick to a magnet. So, ooh, careful. Don't lose that. Way to go. But anyways, this is going to be cleaned anyway. Definitely have some major cleaning to do to this thing now. We'll have to check these bearings. These bearings are probably fine. That feels fine. That one feels fine. But again, the most important... Robbie! What is that? Robbie. Holy smokes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Stickies. Thank you, Mitchell. Maybe I'll find gold and diamonds in there. Right! With all that heat and pressure, we may have created diamonds, Earl thinks. I'm still smiling, though. Look at... All right. Look at my face. I'm still smiling. What this thing did, what I did to it, that finger on that trigger was like this the entire time. Like 90% of the time. The other time it was just from steering and doing my walk of shames. So, are you taking off? Bye, honey. Love you. So, yeah. Let's just dive right back into that. Yeah, those bearings, yeah, bash bearings, you're right. That's a, hey, actually, RC Master, that's a good one. Those are bash bearings. So I've released the last 4 screws, I think, that are holding this whole, like, unit in, I think. Again, we're not going by instructions here, but my guess is now this top thing is going to come off. Yay, and I'm right. It's a little tight, but it is popping out. So there we go. We'll just rock it, nice and careful. Something's holding it in. All right, something else is kind of holding that in place. I did give it a little bit of a rock. It is possible I didn't take the screws out enough. But I'm leaving the screws in place for now. Because like I said, this is not the right table to be doing this on. But I really didn't know I was going to get this deep into it, but it is what it is. So those 4 screws are done. Oh my god. Alright, well, actually things look pretty clean in there. There is a lot of... Yeah, alright. So you go in there, you go in there. Yeah. So... I know that one goes there. Oh, no, it doesn't. Where's the longer screws? Right here. So these longer screws went in there, I think. I don't even know now. So all this is literally going to have to be cleaned. I mean, look at this. See that? If I was to get a magnet on this, I guarantee some of this material would be sticking to a magnet. This is a combination of... Huh? What? Right. How? All right, hold on. I gotta go back. I'll be back. Oh, that was a present for you. All right. Where were we? So, all right. Holy crap. So, we will be popping this out of here. Which, can I do that without? And you can't. Of course not. That whole center section, man. Oh, I hope that's not a tooth I'm seeing. That better not be a tooth. Nah. Wow. Check this out. That is a massive, massive pile of grit. Look at that. That's grit soup right there. Look at that. That's grit soup. If you wanna play, you gotta pay. And I was not playing with this thing either, man. It's still okay though. We're still alright. Nothing's broken. Well, except, yeah, technically nothing's broken though. All it was the pinion. The pinion slipped, which is making me realize that the Traxxas XMAXX is a high maintenance vehicle. If you're going to run it in the conditions that I ran it in, it is definitely a high maintenance vehicle. Yep. That's a lot of grit. So in order to get that drive shaft out, now what am I going to take apart? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, what? Put a hairnet on it? Is that what you're talking about? Do I think the XMAXX you got was sitting on a shelf for a long time? Yeah, okay, I don't know. No, just literally, if you haven't seen the video, go watch the video of me ripping this thing. You'll see why. You'll see why this is in the condition that it's in. I think we're literally just looking at maintenance kind of stuff here. I really want to get this out without taking the damn, and it's not gonna though. Ah! So in order to get to that drive shaft, dang it. In order to get to that drive shaft, man, let's flip this over and see what kind of dirt potentially comes out of it after I give it a couple whacks. So I'm going to give it a couple of smacks right in this area right here. This looks like this piece is like a center spine. It should come off. Am I just not looking at something right? it looks like it's a lot of just... See, it even looks like a different color. No, it does come off. Wait a minute. Right? I can see there's a separation there and there, but it almost looks like... And again, I'm not going to look at instructions. It's not the way I'm going to do it. But let's give a couple of wraps here and see how much junk comes out of there. It's all stuck in there. Oh my God. We got a lot of junk inside of here. Wow. All right. Not as much came out as I had hoped. But that's all right. I am not wearing the right kind of pants for this. Holy smokes. Man. There's still sand in there. So, I gotta access that drive shaft somehow. Look at all the sand that's still coming out of this thing. If you're gonna work on an XMAXX, don't work on a tiny little table like this, because it's a joke. Jesus. Wonder if the front is going to be the same. Would I buy the XMAXX again? Man, that, you know what, Chuck G, that's actually a really good question. I'd actually have to think about that. And I'm still thinking about it right now. Would I buy it again? That's a loaded question, man. When you really think about it, that's a loaded question. Maybe the video that I did on this didn't show how hard I abused it. Because if you've seen the video, maybe the camera didn't capture the amount of abuse this thing really went through. Those jumps, like the first place that I took this thing, that thing, this thing was pretty high in the air. It's point blank the conditions that I ran it in. So let's just say if I didn't take this to a sand pit that was basically ground up dinosaur bones and rocks, would I buy this again? Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think I would. And I know I'm saying I think, but we don't need to look at me. It's just, it is kind of, maybe I feel a little surprised, but I shouldn't. You know what I mean? The only reason why I'm taking these screws out is because, yeah, that spine come off. God damn it. Oh my goodness. But here's the question. Once I remove this spine, man, that joint right there, that joint is so tight. It almost looks like, even though it's a different color plastic, which I don't know if you saw, but I took my finger and I wet the two plastics and I wiped it off, because what I was trying to do is I was trying to see if there was a seam in between these two types of plastics, and obviously there is. So I've never seen anybody take one of these apart before. Well, that's actually not true. I think I did see a video a long time ago, Earl taking apart, I think, the front diff. I believe. I could be wrong. I think he bought a piece and installed it, and it ended up being not wrong, but not of a good quality. I think that's what it was. So this center spine actually does come off. It is a separate piece. It might be, are there 4 screws in here that hold the ESC in or something? I mean, I don't know if those go all the way through. I guess I'll just have to pry and see what happens. So it looks like that's a yes. So it looks like there's screws right here that hold the ESC in as well. And it looks as though they, yeah, they do. All right. So 4 screws in the center. Those are coming out. Again, there's probably been 1,000 videos on this. And again, for those of you that are just joining this live stream and you're not sure why it appears like I don't know what I'm doing, it's because I've never taken an XMAXX apart before, and I am not going to use a manual to do it. I never do. Using a manual to me is pointless until it comes to working on the EXB and finding out that maybe your rear diff was maybe incorrectly shimmed from the factory. All right. So now this should come off, is my guess. Man, I am so deep into this thing. So we'll give it another light pry. And there we go. So keep all your screws. See, keep all your screws intact. Now I don't have to worry about this piece. As long as my dog, well, she's actually inside now. As long as my dog doesn't, man, am I going to have to separate this rear half from the front half? Or from the center? In order to get this out, it looks like that's what's going to happen. No! Sunza! All right. So what I'm looking at, oh, those screws didn't, oh, okay, those screws didn't have to come off. Check it out. So those screws didn't have to come out. I took them out for no reason. So the ESC is probably hanging now. So these screws did not have to come out. All right, well, that's good to know. Oh my God. So it looks like I'm going to have to separate the rear half from the front, is my guess. It's all guesswork. So I can see there's a couple screws there. Looks like there's a screw there, a screw there. So it looks like this whole back half of the chassis can come off. Looks like I might have to attack that screw that's right there and maybe a screw that's right there. Stop asking me to update. Oh, you pry the gear out? $1,200 trash bag, you know it, guy. So if I take off maybe this front cover, nah, nope. Looks like that is coming out this way. But there's two screws. That's probably has something to do with battery tray. So I'm just gonna remove those anyway, just to do it. See what I'm saying? I'm gonna toss the ESC screws back in because I didn't need to take those out. I just didn't realize it. So, but now I know, so I won't have to worry about it next time. Because I don't think there's any screws that I need to access under there. It looks like I'm good. All right. Again, this is not the right table to be doing this. I'm doing the old firewood thing here with the screwdriver or the driver. Fire starter here. That's why these are knurled like that, so you can go like that with it, see? Who needs a driver when you can just do that? Alright, so those screws were for the ESC. I thought they were hot. They were tied into the chassis brace thing, center spine thing, but they weren't. So these screws right here I'm going to pop out. Because I believe it has something to do with the battery tray and possibly integrating the chassis together to the center chassis tub thing here. All right. Now these screws are the same size, so you don't have to worry about them. Supposed to split the rear end. Yeah, but I pry it off. Well, you're a mechanic. You're allowed to do that. And you got deep pockets, guy. Deep pockets. When you got deep pockets, you can afford to screw up. Okay. So that, I think, had something to do with this right here. There's 4 screws or 4 holes. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, which match something. 4 screws here. And I'm hoping, once I release these 4 screws, I'm hoping this whole back end is just gonna kind of flop away. So we can always hope, right? So 1. Yeah. 2. 3. And number 4 coming right up. All right, so I think there is another screw here, but that looks like that has to do with the center section, because I do see a divider right here. See how there's like a division line right there? See what I'm saying? You can see it's already cracking away. So let's see what happens. Hey, look at that. Would you just look at that? The Traxxas XMAXX now has what's called separation anxiety. So we now have separated the front half, or front, let's say 3/4, or front 2/3 maybe almost, because of the way this is. What would you call that? I'd call that 2/3, because this whole thing is a third, this is a third, and that's a third. So we are now separated from the front. Put this aside. Pull that piece out, pull the drive shaft out. Now right away what I'm noticing is I'm noticing some rub right there. Drive shaft is totally straight. Obviously it's just grit that got inside that caused those issues. Is there any grit inside this? There was dust inside of here. So it'll be good to clean all of this. Yeah, you can hear it. Listen. Hear it? So there's grit all in this whole entire thing. So, and that's an extruded splined shaft, like literally all the way through. How come you can't see the end? I know it's there. So it doesn't look like this has one direction. So it looks like an equal part. So left and right side's not gonna make a difference. It's not like you could get confused. So that's out of there. Hollow. Again, It's a hollow piece. See? Hollow. Man, that went through my ears. All right, so let's just focus in on here. Now we'll be able to obviously take the center diff out, which, look at all the sand in there. Check that out. Look at all the sand in that pocket right there. You got sand in that pocket, same thing over there. You got sand in that pocket. There's sand all over this thing. Oh. What do you see right there? Chunks. Just stuff. Massive amounts of just fine, like silty type of sand. It's all bearing destroying, teeth destroying, munching stuff that got in here. So these bearings should be totally fine. Yep, smooth as butter. Smoother than butter. These front and back bearings, are they the same? Yes, they are. Same thing, nice and smooth. Everything just needs a nice clean. Same thing with this. Just needs a nice clean up. Gear itself. Looks fine. Just grit. Lot of grit. Like big time. It'll clean up fine. Yeah, it'll definitely clean up fine. Yeah, no problem. A little bit of brake clean. Maybe I'll just hand wash it with a brush in the sink. But look at this. Check that out. That is a lot of grit. Lot of debris. That's not all of it. So, definitely needs a good cleaning. Now I think we can take this, tip it upside down. We're going to degrease this centerpiece here. Oh my God, this was a wow, huh? Grit in all these little crevices and everything. So this is definitely going to need a massive cleaning. Man. Sand battle tires. Oh my God, Riff. Yeah, this is gonna have to be cleaned out, degreased. Might as well separate the rear arms here, since everything's literally gonna have to be like cleaned the right way. Wow. So much grit. Got everywhere on this thing. Running in those kind of conditions is definitely rough on an RC. So this is a pin after 2 runs in those conditions. We've already got some good scoring right along this whole pin. All those little lines, those are scratches. That's all wear. Like literal fingernail catching wear right there on this pin. It's pretty insane. But then again, like I said, watch the video. Earl, hey, you know what? All right. So, yeah, right. But Earl, since you're here, okay, you've got a couple of XMAXXs. You've been here, you've done that. So, like, I'm trying to, like, impress upon people that this is not the XMAXX's fault. This is literally driver error. All of the maintenance that I'm doing is maintenance that should have happened. So technically that pinion coming loose was a blessing, because it point blank showed me, or gave me a hint, let's just call it that. That pinion was the save for this XMAXX, in a sense, from further destruction. But the conditions that I drove this in, I was 100% abusive to this XMAXX. Like, I mean, when I launched off of the top of that sand mountain, when I launched off of the top of that sand mountain, and it basically cleared the entire length of that slope. You know, the guy that said that I was treating this like $1,000 trash bag was not lying. You know, I agree. I was. That's why this thing is now called trash bag. And that means nothing negative against the XMAXX. Would I buy it again? Watch the video. Yeah, I would. Yep. taking this apart, realizing that technically how easy it is to pull this thing apart. Yeah, would I buy it again? Yeah. Is it a bummer that my motor... Now, I don't think... All right. My personal opinion, no, I don't think the bearings should have blown out that fast. No, I don't think my motor should have blown out that fast. No, I don't. I actually don't. Yes, I was 100 C-packs, but whatever. I don't think... And those cups being worn like that, think about the conditions that I drove it in. Thick, heavy sand. So that's a lot of stress on the drivetrain. You know what I mean? I wasn't driving on... It's kind of like if all you did was grass drive. That's a lot of strain on a vehicle. That's a lot of friction. It's actually a lot of friction. So, but Earl, what did you say? So what were you saying, Earl? You use form a gasket on your Traxxas Max? Right, and that's a very good idea, especially in that top section. That's a very good idea, Robbie's RC. I usually just use a little extra grease. New video. Total the XMAXX in 2 hours. Total the XMAXX in 2 rips. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is nuts. Yeah, I'd definitely buy one again. I don't have any issue with how this Traxxas Max handled my abuse. I don't like the fact that the bearings are blown out. That's premature. The motor being blown out, that's definitely premature. I am going to roll these pins out. It's just this is not a flat surface. But I want to get this pin out. And if you could hear it, I don't know if you can hear it, but pulling this pin out, it's literally, I'm hearing nothing but grit sound. Listen to that. Can you hear that? It's all grit. So same thing. You run your fingernail on it, and you can actually feel the grooves of wear. That's probably it almost feels like that's like a coating, but I know it's not, because that's where the metal pin rides, I believe, right? Yeah, that's where it rides on the metal pin. So that's not a coating, that's actual grit. So again, like I'm gonna get out some stuff and I'll semi-chrome these, which is just gonna be a polish. I'll polish these pins. Yeah. So I'm gonna call Traxxas, get on the horn with them. I gotta find my receipt. And we'll just take it from there. 2 runs. So obviously what this plate does, this plate right here, we got 1 more screw to pull out to take this little plate off. I wonder if we'll find anything inside of here. Might as well, right? We're here. Might as well. We're already here. We're already in the mess. So 1 more screw. We'll see what kind of grit got in here, which all this is just like a pin plate like holder thing. No, I did not. So Chuck G, no, I did not run this in wet conditions at all. Right. Right, exactly, Earl. Possible. Very possible. All right. So, oh my God. I can already see. I think I'm seeing a layer of sand in there. I think I might be able to grow plants in this. Let's see. Can I grow plants in this? Holy crap. I'm gonna pry this off. We'll do a slow reveal. We'll do the slow reveal. Can RC Guy Garage grow plants under this? Oh my God. Holy crap. Now that's funny. That's a riot. Wow. Oh my God, look at this. This is no joke. Dude, that's like a half a pound of sand right there. Holy smokes, you want to know what kind of conditions I drove in? There you go. There's the conditions that I drove in. I probably could have planted a tomato plant in there. What's in your chassis, right? That literally all just came out of here. Holy crap! Wow. That's insane. Look at that. That's a pile. I could do one of those hourglass things with that sand. Oh my God. That is awesome. Yeah. An XMAXX is a no for you. Oh my God. But Chuck, I'm not trying to defend Traxxas. I'm not defending XMAXX. But think about it, guy. Chuck, did you see how I treated this thing? You had to expect that. I think I'm a little taken back with the amount of crap that's in there on 2 runs. But it also is going to show people, maybe, that's why I'm saying this would have been a way better video than a live. And I'm not trying to downplay, doing a live with you guys, but financial wise, for ads and all that other stuff, this would have done way better as a video. Because as I had done this, I would have come up with probably a good name for the title, not just COVID and Coffee, XMAXX, or whatever I said. What I say, XMAXX down already? Wow, wait. Actually, maybe I did type that all right. XMAXX down already. Wow, what, why? Oh, well, you kind of know. You kind of know. Wow, that was a lot of sand. But because I'm in Florida, nothing but is that all you're going to run in? And then, there are different things that you might be able to do to seal up things. Or you just know that you're going to have to maintenance it after every run. So, you have to weigh it out. And this, so even seeing that, would I change my mind? Would I buy another XMAXX? Yeah, I would. I actually would. I'm probably not going to take it to that area for another couple runs. I think I'm going to do some backyard track ripping. I'll do some street ripping. I'll just stay away from the silt, because the silt obviously was major, but that was straight sand. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of sand infiltrating these parts. But But the whole Traxxas Max is all about being flexible, about being kind of unbreakable. So there's a give and take. Robbie's RC, holy smokes, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Earl, Florida has some awesome golf courses. The XMAXX makes a hole-in-one, right? You need disposable trucks with the sand, right? Well, I don't know, man. I think no matter where you take an RC vehicle, that you probably are going to end up with issues like this, maintenance issues, where, yeah, I mean, look at it, man. I mean, we were like borderline hurricane, you know, weather. The winds were whipping. I was full trigger on the XMAXX, both times taking it out. I'm still not shy about this XMAXX. I'm still going to rip it, but I'm also going to know that, and maybe like you people that are on here, if you don't know, and you do run it in sandy conditions, then you know you're going to have to do a tear down. Because, I mean, and just think about it. These people that are putting these massive power systems in it, you know, look at where they're running. If they're running in the same conditions that I'm running in, they're probably going to get a heck of a lot more junk and garbage like inside of there, because, I mean, I'm only, you know, stock 8S, so I don't know. I'm not unhappy. It is a good amount of maintenance, but I don't know, man. I'm still actually okay with this. I really am. Cleaning these parts out is obviously going to be a big thing. That's a channel. That's a channel for just junk to get in there. Yeah, look at this. Here, I'll show you this before I just wipe it out. So you can see like paths, okay? It's kind of what you have to pay attention to. You can see paths. Well, obviously certain things are sealed. Certain things are not. Sand is bypassing literally right in this section right here somehow. Somehow sand is getting into this area right here. Okay? Same thing on that side. See that? See that filtration? See when you work your way this way? This is all nice and clean and sealed. So all down here is fine. It looks like we have between the case, looks like there's issue right there. Doesn't look like there's any issue anywhere else. There's definitely issue right here. That's another area or another location, but we're also, again, we're talking about this whole area right here sealed, but where there's that drop-off or ledge, you can actually see, even though I never drove this in wet conditions, you can see that the silt was getting by this area right here and working its way down and getting into here. See that? This whole area right here is obviously, I guess you'd call it like a weak point or a weak area. But what I wanted to show you, because I just started to wipe this out, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to scrape all this, get this junk out of here. So there's two things you need to think about, okay? Or at least as I'm doing this, there's a couple of things you need to think about, okay? Number one, the grease did its job, okay? And what I mean by the grease did its job was the grease kept this material away from the gear. See all that junk? The grease did its job by keeping all of this debris, this is all silt, keeping that debris away from the gears. And granted, it probably is, like I said, it probably is a little bit of, you know what, let me go get a magnet. I'll go get a magnet, and I'll see if I can pick any of this stuff up with a magnet. And I won't even touch it. I'll just literally just put a magnet, like, away from it and see if any of this gets attracted to the magnet. All right, so number one, this is where that gear was obviously, you know, stuck inside of that area. So yes, does the magnet stick to the gear? Yes, it does, okay? It's all stuff we know. Now, just out of curiosity, if I put this magnet near this, will it pick up any material? Look at that. Did you see that? Watch again. Yeah. Ready? See that? They call it liquid bearing. This is all just, the grease did its job. It kept all the silt and bad stuff away. See that? See how it's all magnetized? So it's not magnetic dirt. Although maybe you could call this magnetic sand. Hey, I just came up with a great idea. The Traxxas XMAXX creates magnetic sand. And you know what? I bet I could sell that on the internet. I could sell magnetic sand. Do you want to see that again? This whole pile is all, basically, it's all just metal. See? But the grease did its job. You know what I mean? So, there we go. There's your proof. It's like I was trying to say. Liquid gravity. There you go, guy. Right. Yeah, it's all just, it's basically just, it's gear material. But it still did its job. You know? I'll clean these parts out. Again, I definitely am going to contact Traxxas, especially when it comes to at least talking to them about the motor. I don't. 2 runs. No. So. So that also makes me realize the possibility of taking apart the front differential as well. And I think I'll do a video on that one. That way I can get some ad revenue. So, because like I said, there's no ad revenue on Alive. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Really not that. it's really not that big of a deal. It's my XMAXX. It's nicknamed Trash Bag. So the magnetic sand creating trash bag. It ripped hard, man. You got to admit. If you've seen the video, you know I killed it. Or not killed it, but I gave it a good run. Definitely gave it a good run. I don't think so. And you know why. The motor, Earl, you can already explain this just on your own. I'm hoping that the bearings had enough sealing power because there's no there's no bleed through. I would think that if I saw the bearing oil bleeding through onto this plastic, then I could probably, you know, definitely agree with that. But you know, you being a mechanic, you kind of already know that the only reason why it attached inside of there or stayed there was because of the grease. And like what I was just trying to show people is that technically the grease did its job in two ways. It initially lubricated, but then it also kept the crap away from the gear. So even though it is technical gear wear, that is liquid metal or whatever you want to call it, magnetic sand. It is magnetic sand right now. But I wanted to just show you that black wasn't because of grease. It was just the fineness of metal. So yeah, it's a good truck. It is. It's an expensive truck, but I was nothing but smiles, man. I think the only downer was obviously when that pinion just let go. But again, maybe that kind of helped save it a little bit. The motor doesn't sound like it has grit in it. Look at me I'm getting magnetic sand all over my sandwich. I'm eating a magnetic sand sandwich now. You see nothing inside the bearing. There's no black. Number one, I think I would see the black there. Spinning it, for a motor like this, even though the bearings are loose, there's no grit. You know what I mean? How about this? While we're right here, I'm going to clean off a spot. And I'm going to crack open the front case of that motor. I'm just going to take that thing off. Hopefully it doesn't void the warranty. I'm going to do it right here. So I'm just going to move this junk out of the way. Clean off a little area. Use the cleanest side of the paper towel. And while we're live, I'll just pop off this front cover. And we'll get a look inside. Look at all the sand that just came out of that hole. Uh-oh. It was under the screw. Didn't actually come out of the hole. Now, I might need like a razor. No, I won't. So let's see. How much junk got into this motor? Good question. I'm seeing some stuff in there. Whoa! Okay. So here's a good question. Did this thing heat up, or is that a glue? Was that a rubber sealed bearing, or is that a glue or a grease? Looks like it's a grease. So the bearing itself, let's check this out. Let's just pop this bearing out of here. I need more paper towels. All right. All right. So this is the front cover to the motor, and the motor has no sand in it. So, no sand in the motor. There was the very slightest amount of silt just in this area right here, which is, you know, no big deal. Inside of here feels okay. But we're gonna pop this bearing out. I was almost thinking that that was like a rubber sealed, but you can see it's a metal shielded bearing, or metal sealed, whatever you want to call it, metal shielded. Let's just pop this bearing out. Looks like we do have, can't tell if that's grit or what's in there. Feels like a very minor amount of silt in that section as well, right inside of there. Magnetic silt, right? No, it's actually like it's just regular silt. But yeah, that's actually a good idea. We should see if that picks up from a magnet, right? That's a good idea. Oh no! Oh no, I can't test it now. Crap! No! The wind just took away my stuff. Ah, crap. Way to go. It's gone forever. Now I can't test the theory. Son of a... All right, well, whatever. This bearing is loose. It's hard for me to show on camera, right? And I don't even know how I could potentially show you this on camera. But when it's very minimal, but it's enough to be accentuated when a shaft is in it. Yeah, even... That's kind of lame, man, to be honest with you. So when you pull the center out, make sure you don't lose these little tiny shims in here, okay? So everything on this side is nice and clean. There's also a shim on this side as well. Don't lose these shims. But what I am noticing right off is when I take the bearing and slide it on, there's play. There's play, actually, between the shaft and the inner race, which technically is not... How do I explain this? It is the race, but this is the race for the inside. So how do you explain what that is? It's almost as if the tolerance... See how that's moving? It's almost as if the tolerance on this motor shaft is bad, because look how easy that is to slide on and off. You know what I mean? It's like the tolerance between this, if I was to get a caliper on it, see that? That's the play we're getting. So that's not only is the bearing, not only does the bearing have movement, which feels excessive. Yeah, I don't know, Earl. I don't know if it's the... Think about it, though. It shouldn't be... There shouldn't be that much play. I mean, I shouldn't be able to slide it on and off like that. That's a lot of... That's a lot of play up and down. I know you can't see it. See, I can feel it. I can't show... I can't... It's hard to show... Oh, there we go. See that? I'm trying to keep this shaft solid. It's as if the tolerances are bad. Which I wonder... This could be a number of things. So if this shaft was turned down too much, sliding this bearing on could have created problems even for the bearing as it was spinning. Because, I mean, if this thing is spinning at, 500,000 revolutions per minute, I mean, that's going to be a lot of transference of energy into these bearings, which could have assisted in making... Ooh. Making the bearing itself potentially fail. That's a lot of play. And I know my fingers are kind of accentuated because it's skin, but I can physically feel the click. So there's a click in this bearing. You probably can't see it, but I can feel it. It's almost, I wonder if I repack these bearings, whether it would help, but that still doesn't help with that play on there. So it almost seems as though this motor was maybe like a fail from the factory. I wonder if this motor was a factory fail. Oh, I watch out for that magnet. And we want to make sure that we're not getting any junk on this. Could that be a factory failure? So I wonder what the bearing feels like on that side. There is a little bit of play, but I can't tell if it's the bearing play or shaft play. On this side, it's more excessive. So on this side, for some reason, it's more excessive. And it seems to be the whole length of that section of shaft that's not turned down. Or, I mean, it's turned down for the bearing size, but... I could pull these bearings apart, and I could re-grease these bearings, which would probably help. Man, is that the route I want to go, though? Shouldn't be having to go through this situation here. Still going to call Traxxas on this. But if you take a razor blade, it's right there. If you take a razor blade, you're able to pull that clip out. See the clip that's right there? Take a razor blade, and you're able to actually pull that little band out. Oh, wait a minute. Where is it? There's usually a band in there. Where is it? Maybe it's on the other side. Nope. Oh, would this be non-serviceable? Normally, there's like a little band you can snag on there. Well, I'll get a razor blade in there and see if I can fish it out. Man, it's hard to see. I think it's right there. I think it's right there. Right there. Right where the... Is that an F? What does that say? See, I'm trying to use the camera as a focusing device. Well, there's normally a little band you can grab and rip that out. Nope, Traxxas will send me a motor. I hope so. We'll see. Still feel like I want to pull these bearings apart, though. I'm not going to do it outside because of all this wind. Now that we get the case off, we can check the other bearing. That one, all you got to do is just same thing, pull these screws out, access this back cover, and you'll be able to pop the bearing right out of there. So everything inside here is actually nice and clean. I just dove a paper towel in it just to see if there was any junk in there. Nothing came out with the paper towel, so. Motor itself seems like it's all right. It's just, and I don't even know if it's technically the bearings that caused the issue. I really am starting to feel that it's the fact that this shaft may have been turned down too much. Damn, you know what? Wait a minute, check this out. So, I'm being an idiot here. This is where the bearing rides. Yeah, so wait a minute. Never mind. Never mind. Right there. You see this? That's where the bearing rides. That's a fail. That's where the bearing is riding. That's why it's acting like that. Right? Wait a minute. Do I have to install this again? All right. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to reinstall this together. Gotta be careful putting this in. Ugh. Ugh. So the bearing, where is the bearing riding on this? No, all right, never mind. No, I'm right. The bearing sits down a little bit further, so it's all right. Well, whatever. Call Traxxas. Ultimately, that's what I got to do. Give them a call and say, hey, what's up? The only thing I got to remember now is the orientation of those holes. Make sure I put it in the right way. So it goes like this. I got it clocked just a little bit off. That is a good question, Earl. How did the Mojave do in the same conditions? And how did the DB Pro do? Those can be videos. Let you see it. Well, all right. Don't let it stop you from buying one. Just understand that if you beat the snot out of it like I did, you're going to have to do some maintenance. Think of it as a, think of it this way. So we're forgetting, right? We seem to be forgetting that we're buying, those are my paper towels. We're buying high performance vehicles. So if you think that, and I'm only going to say, like, let's say John Force. If you think that John Force runs pass after pass after pass after pass until his motor just explodes, that's not necessarily the case. Same thing maybe with like NASCAR. I'm fairly confident that there's a maintenance schedule, that there's a tear down and rebuild schedule, that you do like a couple passes for the day and then that's it. Meaning You'll do those passes. You'll do that one, day's worth of running, and then that motor is being torn down. That rear end is being torn down. That transmission is being rebuilt. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of, I think, stuff that maybe we as hobbyists just aren't putting the mechanic aspect into it, to where, we're not buying, this is not a Ford, Expedition. You're not going to get in it and put, 120,000 miles on it and then finally go, oh, hey, now it needs plugs, or now it needs a timing belt or a timing chain. You know what I mean? You're literally going to be, depending upon the conditions, you're going to be obviously doing a little bit more maintenance depending upon your conditions and depending upon how hard you just ripped it. I mean, if this was your bread and butter and this was what made your income from, was racing a Traxxas XMAXX, you better believe that after every goddamn race that you're tearing this damn thing apart and you're checking everything. You're checking for cracks. You're checking and swapping out bearings. You're maybe replacing the motor. Who knows? Maybe you're, changing out the ESC. I don't know about that, but you're going to be doing, stuff to it. That's a lot of sand. My whole table's covered in sand. I mean, look at this. My whole table's covered right now, and that's not the first time that I had to wipe it off onto the ground. That was insane, though. When we took this cover plate off, and I could have planted maybe not a tomato plant, maybe something that thrives in the sand. Like maybe I could have planted some type of variation of sand grass. Probably could have grown inside of there. So it is what it is, man. Rip it, maintenance it, fix it, repeat. That is that is a lot of crap in there. I do have to admit, that is a lot of crap in there. So that's almost like a take your hat off lot of crap. That's like I think after this live stream, I'm going to have a nice cold iced tea. That is a lot of maintenance after 2 rips. But you got to think of the conditions. Point blank, that's it. Think of where I rode it. Think about the batteries that I had in it. I mean, think about it all. I'm still not complaining. Why is this so loose? I'm really still not complaining. I know people probably thinking like I'm out of my mind and I'm not complaining, but I'm not. I was the one pulling the trigger. I am complaining about the motor. Yeah, you can see it now. So I will call Traxxas. I will ask them about their bearings. I will ask them about, obviously, the motor. I'll say, what is the deal? After 2 runs, my right side rear bearing is toast. My left side rear bearing would have been toast if I did one more drive with it. My front bearings are starting to go out. Traxxas, what are you going to do? Do you have a revision? That's what I'll ask. We'll find out. We'll see what goes on. Probably nothing. They'll probably just go, we'll just send you some more parts. Oh, cool. You're going to send me the labor cost too? Because this guy that I had working on my XMAXX, he's expensive. He's like $97 an hour. Right. Yes. It's a stock XMAXX motor. Yep. Yes, sir. 1275 kV, I think. Looks like that's what it's saying. I don't think it's 1375. 1275. Icon, what's going on, guy? Jason Crow. You might be right, guy. Trying to keep my mouth covered as I'm chewing my food here. Well, now we know why. Oh! How about if I do this? We'll go on to technically the first area, second part that I took apart. How about if we see if this black stuff is magnetic as well? It looks like the same kind of black stuff, doesn't it? So let's see if this is magnetic. Where's the piece, right? Where's the piece I'm focused on? Right there. Let's see if it's magnetic. Whoa! I know the screw's magnetic. Let's see if that piece of black is magnetic. Hey, look at that. So, there you go. Magnetic. It's all magnetic. See? It's all magnetic. That's what a magnet's for. So that was in the first location that we took apart. So, yeah, I think I'm done. I'm not going to put this XMAXX back together until I don't know. I got to call them and find out. I got to find out if they're going to replace my motor and really can't do anything about the gears. The gears are just, it is what it is. But if they're going to replace my motor, then what I'll do is I'll put this thing back together. And then rip it until the new motor comes in. I do want to find out, I just want to ask them about the rear hubs and why their bearings like blew out after the first run. I do have a video on that point blank shows this thing is clean. So not that they have to believe me, but I gotta find my receipt first. So right. Robbie's RC will have a channel, right? You better. No, not really shavings from the shaft. Honestly, it is point blank. It is just the gears. It is definitely just the gears. There's too much of this happening. You know what I mean? As the gear comes by on that rotation, it's basically flicking. You know, it's flicking at, 1,000 miles an hour, but that just goes to show you, the grease does two things. It, number one, lubricates, and then beyond that, it will help keep that grit together and stuck to the outside of the case until you scrape it off. So all right, that's it. I think I'm going to end this live stream right where we are. We're talking about... This has been 5 hours? No, this is wrong, right? What time is it? I've been on here for 5 hours? Holy crap! I was joking when I said this will be a 6-hour live stream. I was totally joking. This don't feel like no 5 hours. Holy crap! Dude, I cannot believe I've been sitting in this chair for 5 hours. No wonder why my legs are hurting me. I gotta get up and move. All right, we're gonna end this stream right here after 5 hours. Time flies when you're having fun, guy. Man. Oh crap! 5 hours. Right, right. GRC, it's COVID and lunch, baby. Oh my God. I actually still have my coffee. I didn't even finish it. Coffee's still in there. Wow. New favorite channel. Thanks, guy. I don't know. You might not like the channel after a while. Apparently people say I talk too much. When I go rip my own RCs and make my own videos, apparently I talk too much. Whatever, guy. I don't know. I like talking. I'm talking to you guys. Right, Scruffy Page, right. Just come back in from the... I know, guy, dude. Stuart, I just realized right now I've been on here for 5 hours. Like it was like 5:02 or something like that, and I kind of had a mini freak out. I can't believe I've been sitting here. That's why my butt is numb right now from sitting on this damn chair. This is not a comfortable chair. Is that going to be a problem for YouTube because I said my butt is numb? Oh my God. All right, so like one of the things I always say is just get out there and rip it. You should. But if you do, and it's an XMAXX, depending upon the conditions, you got to expect maintenance, man. You got to expect your table. Got to expect your table to look like this. Sand, and we got some magnetic sand here. Magnetic sand, regular sand. You got to expect that. I don't know. You know what it's like? What I'll like it to? You got these people, right? They'll buy, let's say you buy a new truck, right? On the side of the truck it says 4x4. It's got skid plates. Dude, you should be able to go off-road. Now, if you go off-road, hammer down, in sand, through, like, ravines, what do they call it? Over the river, was it? Is it over the river and through the woods to Grandma's house we go? Is that how that goes? I'm trying to remember that. I think it's like a little kid's song, right? I don't even know what it's from. Over the river and through the woods to Grandmother's house we go. I don't know why I know that, but I think it might be like some kind of little kid song or something when I was younger. If you're gonna beat the crap out, let's say you go buy an F-150. Okay, you buy an F-150, you got the FX4 off-road 4x4 package. It's got a skid plate in the front. It's got a skid plate for the gas tank. Yeah, that's not taking it like, you know, through like a desert, doing rallies and jumps and all this other stuff. Because if you do, no, you're going to be doing some maintenance. So this XMAXX, if you have no idea what this whole like 5-hour live stream was about, it was about the discovery of you want to play, you're going to pay. I took a brand new XMAXX. I've only ripped it twice, but in that twofold, like 2 times of ripping it, I was full trigger and ripping it through some pretty crappy conditions. So meaning nothing wet, just dry sand, fine silt, heavy, thick sand, massive jumps. I mean, I was just like somebody had said out there. Somebody made a comment on the channel, and I 100% agree with you. I was treating the XMAXX like a trash bag. So, and that's why the name of this thing is called Trash Bag. So, it's no like defaming towards the truck. It's just how I was treating it. Sounds like a good name, Trash Bag. So, maybe I'll get on my little vinyl cutter and I'll vinyl cut some words for the front windshield. Trash Bag. Traxxas will probably hate me. Because in every title for my Traxxas XMAXX, it's going to say Trash Bag. Whatever. All right. I'm out of here. You should get out too. You should get out and rip it. Just know that if you rip it hard, you're going to be doing some pretty serious maintenance. I'm going to end this. I got to get on the phone with Traxxas. Got to figure out what they're going to do. I got to find my receipt. Make sure everything's cool because they're obviously going to want to see all that stuff. So, all right. That's it. I don't know. I don't even know how that works because my receipt was from my LHS. Like, does that mean, like, they're going to have to, like, call my LHS and... Do I have to call my LHS to get warranty work? How does that even work? All right. Let's see. Who do we got here? We got JORC. We got 2 Ritter F5. What's going on, guy? Robbie's RC. Scruffy Page. Edward Borrego. What's going on, man? Yeah, this must be your first time here. Jason Crow. We got Mitchell's RC. Mitchell, Rob, and who else gave the other thing? I can't go in the back. I can't check, can I? Wait a minute. We had Robbie's RC. It won't let me check. Are you kidding me? How do I check? Because I want to thank you for the... There we go. Wait a minute. Super Chats. So we had Robbie's RC, Sticky's RC. That's right. Sticky's was the other one. Mitchell's RC. Thank you guys very much for those Super Chats. It is definitely much appreciated. I don't think anything's going to actually have to go into this Traxxas Max other than, you know, maybe the parts that I already have. Because Earl, like I said, you know, was... you know, more along those lines. He knew what I got, and he was like, hey, you know, most likely after your first rip, your rear bearings are going to blow out. So, and he was basically right. So after my second rip, my, what side? Passenger side, well, right side rear bearing is blown out. My rear left side bearing is ready to be blown out. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. Supposedly Traxxas is really good with their warranty. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know. So the only thing I've ever had warranted from Traxxas was a fan. And yeah, they sent one out, but still. It was almost like it was a little bit of a fight. So anyways, I'm out of here. You should get out too. 5-hour live stream. This is insane. Remember, form a gasket, right? Exactly, man. I definitely get it. So, maybe we will do another live. I keep getting myself in trouble by saying that. I will try to be more consistent on doing some of these live streams. The COVID and Coffee should come back. Nighttime Live with RC Guy Garage, that should come back. That's actually a fun one. So, we've had Dry Ice. We've done... Right, just rip it, guys. Just rip it. Right. Get out there and just rip it. Right. I'm just going to end it. All right. Thank you guys for coming to this COVID and Coffee. XMAXX down already. Wow. What? Why? We already found out all of the answers. It's because I point blank ripped it, like you guys should too. And I'm just gonna end it right on those words. Thank you guys for coming. We'll see you later.